This meeting order, James City County Board of Supervisors on September 28th at 1 p.m. Ms. Stevens, would you call the roll, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
Ms. Larson?
Here.
Mr. McGlennon?
Here.
Mr. Hippel?
Here. All right, we'll need a motion for Ms. Sadler to participate remotely due to a medical issue that prevents her from attending.
So moved.
So moved. Thank you. Have a motion, roll call, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, presentations. Our first presentation is retiree recognition from Mr. John Carnifax. If you'll come. There he is. You'll start us off.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I was number 2 up there, but you jumped right to me.
Jump right, yeah,
Fooled
caught
me
you
a
off
little
guard.
bit. Anyway, we're here this afternoon to recognize Joan Etchberger. Joan's been with the county a few years. She didn't want me to tell you how many, but just to give you an example, in 1984, she was hired as a I didn't say how long she'd been
Right.
here. Okay. She was hired as and it's a new term for me, word processing transcriptionist and county operator. So part-time was her first job. Her first full-time position was the 1985 as the Board of Supervisors secretary. She was the first person to hold that position. And in 1995, she moved over to building permit as a building permit technician. In 2000, she moved to environmental as the environmental technician. And in 2007, she came over to Parks, which probably was her most challenging position just because she had Ned Cheeley previous to me and then me as her supervisor and trying to keep us straight. So anyway, I think Joan, as you know, Joan was responsible for managing Legacy Hall, all the rental reservations there, taking care of our advisory commission, and most importantly, keeping me out of trouble and getting me to meetings on time and assisting me since 2009 when I became the director. So Joan has been an asset to our department and to James City County, and she will be missed. And Jimmy, her husband, is here now, so she's kind of working part-time for Jimmy, so I don't want to say she fully retired, but anyway, they're enjoying life and some travels and all of that. So Joan Etchberger, please come on up.
I just want to say it's been a real adventure working for the citizens of James City County, a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to this next adventure that I've already started and having a great time. I recommend it to everybody.
Joan, we have a certificate of service, and from the Board of Supervisors, I recognize Joan M. Etchberger for 37 years of, I said it, didn't I? Of faithful and devoted service on the occasion of retirement from employment with James City County on this day, the 31st day of July, 2021. And, it's amazing because Joan and I know each other from code and compliance, and she really represented James City County very well. If you did what you needed to do and got all your stuff in, there was not an issue. But if you didn't get everything in that you need, and Jimmy can tell you, if you didn't get everything in, you might slide underneath the pack there and go, okay, that's fine, then we'll do it. But Joan was very fair to everybody in code and compliance when we worked together. And thank you for your service and your dedication to James City County. It will be truly missed, and you've done such a wonderful job here. And not only do you get a certification, but you also get this shiny pin after 37 years. Let me bring that down to you. Yes. Enjoy yourself. Thank you. We'll miss you. It has. Take care of it. Oh, yeah. Don't forget your pen. That's the most important. All right, next we'll move into the 2021 VACo Achievement Award. Tony Small. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I would like to start off by introducing Phyllis Arico, General Counsel for the Virginia Association of Counties, to talk a little bit about this award.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff, and audience here today. I am delighted to be here this afternoon to bring some good news. I know so many things that you deal with are difficult, but here we are to celebrate one of the James City County's premier programs. So for those of you who may not be familiar with VACo, VACo has existed since 1934, serving and supporting the efforts of county officials through advocacy, education, through member services and communication efforts. In 2003, VACo established the Achievement Award program to recognize counties that have adopted innovative approaches to providing public service and to identify programs that can serve as models for other counties to emulate. This is the 19th annual Achievement Awards program, and we received 102 entries this year, and there were 19 winning counties. James City County has won this Achievement Award 8 times since the program began. I want to tell you a little bit about our judges because they have decades of local government experience. Ted Povar is the former Associate Director of the Virginia Institute of Government. Dr. Cheryl Bailey is a former Chesterfield County Deputy County Administrator, and Larry Land, who is retired from VACo after 25 years as Director of Policy Development. So these are folks that have seen it all in local government and are so well qualified to pick the best of entries. There were 4 criteria that the judges used as guidelines. Does the program offer an innovative solution to a problem, a situation, or delivery of services? Does the program promote intergovernmental cooperation or cooperation with private entities in addressing a problem or situation? 3, does the program provide a model that other local governments may learn from or implement in their own localities? And 4, does the program represent an innovative approach or customization by the government? This year's winner for James City County really meets all the criteria. And while it may not be the most glamorous, it is an issue that we see over and over again in other localities. So this is a beautiful model for our other county members. And Tony's going to come up and talk a little bit about the program winner, the Clean Water Heritage Grant Program. I'll leave this up here.
Thank you, Phyllis. The James City County Stormwater Resource Protection Division manages a program called the Clean Water Heritage Grant Program to promote the maintenance of privately owned neighborhood drainage systems and private stormwater management facilities, or BMPs, in a manner that best supports the safety and general welfare of all county residents. The program began in fiscal year 2016 as a way to support homeowners associations, HOAs, by providing matching grant funds to assist with the inventory, inspection, maintenance, and repair of their stormwater system components and facilities. Funding is provided through the James City County General Funds in the Stormwater Division's operating budget. Over the past 6 years, total funding for the Clean Water Heritage Grant Program is approximately $1,294,000. Each year, there are approximately 20 projects funded through this program. One key to the grant program's success is the partnership between county staff and each HOA in coordinating and evaluating potential projects, assistance with grant applications, and the development of grant packages, including assistance through the bid process and the life of the project. The program has been primarily overseen and managed by one staff person, Mr. John Fuqua, a stormwater coordinator watershed planner in the division, with the support of other division staff and the County Stormwater Program Advisory Committee, or SPAC. Unfortunately, Mr. Fuqua could not be here with me today. Through FY20, the Clean Water Heritage Grant Program has funded 135 projects in neighborhoods throughout James City County, dramatically improving local neighborhood stormwater infrastructure and providing support to neighborhoods in managing stormwater resources. The grant program is truly a collaboration or partnering between James City County and HOAs. Thank you.
And so I'd like to present this award to you, Tony, and to the board if you would like to. Let me show it to you. It is the 2020-2021 Achievement Award. And do you want to
come down for a photo?
How about,
Yeah, it would be lovely to have you up.
here, why don't you step up and probably be better.
Thank you so much.
All right, next on the presentations is National Night Out Proclamation. Chief Peterson. There he is. Doing good. All right, National Night Out, October 5th, 2021. Whereas for the 38th year, the National Association of Towns Watch sponsors a national community building program on Tuesday, October 5th, 2021, entitled National Night Out. And whereas the National Night Out campaign provides the opportunity for neighbors in James City County to join over 38 million neighbors across 16,000 communities from over 50 states in the U.S. territory and the military bases worldwide. And whereas Night Out is an annual community building campaign that promotes strong police community partnership and neighborhood commandeered to make our neighborhoods safer, more caring place to live and work. And whereas the neighbors in James City County assist James City County Police Department through the joint community building efforts and support National Night Out 2021. And whereas it is essential that all neighbors in James City County come together with police to work together to build a safer, more caring community. And now there be it resolved that I, the Chairman of the Board of Supervisors of James City County, do hereby call upon the citizens of James City County to join James City County Police Department and National Associations of Town Watch in support for National Night Out on Tuesday, October 5th, 2021. Be it further resolved that I, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors of James City County, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 as National Night Out in James City County. In witness thereof, I do set my hand causing the seal of James City County, Virginia to be affixed this 28th day of September 2021. Thank you, sir. Appreciate all
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This year is going to be a little bit different. We're going to have it at the LEC, the Law Enforcement Center, and it'll be a central location, adequately spaced out and social distancing, but it'll be a great event, and I'm looking forward to have you there. So thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great work, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next one is our VDOT quarterly update. Mr. Carol Rossi. Welcome.
Good Good afternoon, Chairman Hibble, other distinguished members of the board. It's nice to be here today, give you the quarterly transportation update for James City County. This period is June 1st to August 31st. We received 650 work orders. Out of those 650, we completed 516, which is a 79% completion rate. You can see most of the outstanding ones are drainage, some roadway, vegetation, a couple traffic engineering ones. A few highlights of the accomplishments this quarter. We did 67 drop inlet repairs, 21 lane miles of sweeping, completed 2.5 miles of roadway ditching, patched roadway surfaces with 72 tons of asphalt, and we completed the last primary and, or the most recent, I don't want to say last, most recent primary and secondary mowing cycle on September 10th. There will be a primary route only cut and litter pickup scheduled to start October the 11th, with our final of the season mowing and litter pickup scheduled for November the 8th, and that will include both primary and secondary routes throughout the county. Current projects, I always include this one here, is the I-64 Segment 3. It's such an important corridor for the region and for the county. That is moving ahead. I put a little thing in here about they're going to open, we're supposed to tomorrow night do a signal at the intersection of 143 and the ramp there at Rochambeau. But that got hit about 2 hours before I came in here, so that's going to be delayed for a little bit. But it is on schedule. It's still on schedule to complete December of this year. And right now they're just placing asphalt, and part of the lane shift was putting traffic on the new lanes going eastbound. So moving along pretty good there. The Long Hill widening project. I did attach at the back of your package as a press release where we're doing some flagging operations during the day through September 28th, today through the 30th, and the specific places that they're doing that. So that will cause a little bit of congestion during the daytime hours, but it's trying to replace some pipes and new pipes for construction. You can look here, you know, we're looking at about 2 months being close to being complete with that project. So, you know, once we can do some final grading, finish some pipe work, and get the base and final asphalt layer down, we're gonna be real close to opening that thing back up to traffic. And we're working a few things, some site distance, some grade issues now, but, you know, working with everybody, trying to make sure we have a good quality project before the contractor gets out of there. Old Town Long Hill Road Rev Share project, that goes hand in hand with the Long Hill project, and that'll be completed also November of this month. Skis Creek Connector, they are, just an update on that, they are first 2 phases or stages are under construction. They're working both bridge installations and grade work, so a lot of movement going on out there. We do have the railroad, which we need flaggers for, so sometimes we got to wait to get, you know, CSX flaggers so we can do some bridge work. But other than that, everything is going pretty good, and hopefully things will keep moving on. Plant mix for schedule, you can see here I did an update on that. What had been the asphalt's been complete. There is a note there that permanent pavement markings are still need to be completed on several of these roads that say complete, but the asphalt or the road has been paved. You can see that Route 5 from Eagles Way to west of Ironbound Road is still pending, and they are still working on 143, 199 to Penniman Road. On-call pipe rehabilitation projects. We have, in this quarter, completed 2 task orders. Task Order 7, which included 4 pipes on Route 5 and a pipe over at Schoolhouse and Rochambeau. And then we also had Task Order 4, which completed the replacement of a outfall pipe off of Barnesville Road. Our next task order will be number 8, and it is to replace 2 cross drains on Old Court Road, which is off of Powhatan Secondary. Maintenance project ongoing. We've been doing a lot of drop inlet repairs, a lot of drainage work countywide. We've had some really good weather, trying to get caught up on some of those tasks. Roadway sweeping on Route 60, and then Brookhaven, the paved ditch was cleaned last week, and we started a cross pipe repair project today. Upcoming projects, we got the Croker Road 4-lane widening from the library to Route 60. And we're just starting right away now, so we're looking at construction advertised late 2023. Sidewalks and bikeways on Route 60 from Croker to Old Church Road. This is really working hand in hand with the Croker widening project, but that is projected to go to add in late 2022. Pocahontas Trail project, we're in the PE phase, and PFI, that's preliminary field inspection plans, have been sent out for review and comments. Really don't have a schedule on that until we close scoping, but that's what we're working towards is closing scoping. Virginia Capitol Trail, this is an important one. We're replacing the deck and stringers with epoxy coated planks. If anybody's been down the trail, we did a small bridge, I call it from Green Springs back towards Jamestown High School. We're doing the same thing on the long bridge that runs from, really parallels Green Springs. The first bridge we did was 10 spans. It was 10 spans. This one's 49. So this is a much lengthier project, and the detour is much lengthier for Phase B. So you can see November 1st. Originally we were looking at mid-October, but right now we're looking at November 1st through February 13th for Phase A. That's the partial closure. That'll be from the Route 5 side up to where it crosses, where the county path kind of crosses. And then Phase B will be the complete bridge, which are much longer detour utilizing paths. And there are 2 attachments at the back of your package that has the 2 detours. They did not show up very well, but where there's the blue, there's green lines beside it going this way or that way. So that is that. So Smart Scale project, we have the Long Hill Road shared use path, construction of a shared use path, fill the gap between Long Hill Road project and Depew Drive to Lane Place. PE's currently started with scoping activities and survey. We plan to have construction start in 2024. And then we're still working county safety and operational project for the for the synchronization of the signals in the long Route 60 in the Lightfoot area. And then there's a few traffic studies that have been completed or ongoing in this quarter. We adjusted the speed limit from 55 to 50 on Route 30. Westbound Route 613, Brickbat Road, we installed a school bus stop in August. We're performing speed study on 615 between News Road and John Tyler Highway. We're reviewing the Lightfoot Road there at the new Wawa for illegal left turns, which is causing some congestion in the intersection at Route 60. And then we're reviewing area in Moortown Road for curb advisory speed placards. That concludes my quarterly update for the quarter, so I'll be glad to take any comments or questions from the board at this time.
I would just ask, the Brookhaven, is that the under the road pipe down at the bottom of the hill? You found some damage that needed to be repaired in that, so that was probably what was causing it to back up and overflow, you think?
The pipe joints themselves were separated, so we were able to find that they were separated, so our intention is to dig it up and reset those pipe joints.
Thank you. I know they'll appreciate it in that community.
And plus the ditch is cleaned out and all that now,
Yeah.
so that water runs a little smoother.
Just had a quick question. The Commonwealth has been talking quite a bit about a surplus. Has any of that been talked about as far as VDOT goes, about possibly moving some projects forward or even getting additional mowing? Do you know if you are going to see any help to your budget?
I do not know that at this time,
Okay,
but I will provide updates as I hear more.
thank you.
Mr. Carroll, thanks very much for coming today, and thanks for the update on many of these projects. I want to also express my appreciation for the sweeping on Route 60 East Pocahontas Trail. Glad to see that the Skiffs Creek project is moving along well, and that we're moving toward a date for public information and comment about the improvements to Pocahontas Trail. But I guess we're not yet ready to schedule a meeting.
We just started PE and we just submitted PFI plans, so we're not really at the plan stage yet to go public, go for a public hearing.
Appreciate that. And let me also express my appreciation for the work that was done to repave Neckaland Road and the areas off of Neckaland on Lake Powell Road, the Colony, and Lakeside Circle. All of that looks very good. Seemed to be a great improvement and long overdue, but appreciate your willingness to figure out a way to take advantage of the fact that Neckaland was being done and get in there and address the needs of that neighborhood, or those neighborhoods right there. It just makes a big difference to the folks in there. And I also did want to thank you for visiting with me in August as we went through the Rolling Woods neighborhood. And we talked about the fact that it doesn't quite hit the point where full repaving is warranted, but that we did see a number of places where there could be some remedial work done. I wonder if there's any schedule for that to occur?
Well, when you and I spoke or met, I was trying to get a patching contract awarded, and that has been pushed off a little bit. I'm still trying to get that advertised, and once I get that awarded, I can do up to 500 square yards with that type patching contract. So that's what I would like to do in there. I think it would look a lot better.
Thank you very much for keeping an eye on that, and hopefully being able to address some of the worst places
Yes.
that the neighborhood is confronting right now. Otherwise, the only other thing I was going to ask about, we'd had some concerns about the timing of the lights at Brookwood and 199.
We're working on that a little bit too. Part of it was communications. We do have a fiber project that will be started on 199 that's running through 199, kind of going down on 60 around that 199-60 area. It'll come through all the way 31 Brookwood, that area as well. So after we get this issue with not the issue, but once we get Route 60 complete, we're looking at that corridor, and we're also looking at Monticello. So they're the two that we're looking at next for corridor improvements. And we did have in sync on Monticello, but that has gotten, some of those have fallen offline, so I have to shorten it because I can't get parts so we're going to create a new plan. So we're doing studies out there, traffic counts, turning movements, all those things now.
I was just wondering whether the issues relating to school transportation has had any impact on the way in which traffic is flowing in the community these days, and whether that's a temporary thing until we get more success in the schools hiring drivers, or this is just a kind of general increase in traffic.
The only impacts that I have received are mostly concerns to the intersections at the schools themselves. I've had not only in James City County, but as schools get more and more students, and you get after COVID, everybody's back to school full time, and some of these schools are full. Let's just say full. I think you have a lot more movement for those peak AM and peak PM hours. So we're looking at those intersections just to see what improvements or adjustments can be made to help try to make those as safety
As I understand it, part of the issue right now is just that because of shortages of school bus drivers, a lot of parents have chosen to drive their children to school, and that may be contributing to a larger than normal backup
at those intersections.
And just wonder if there's anything that I don't know whether that's an issue for traffic control through police to address, or whether you all have any insight into that.
Each school's a little different. You know, well, not all of them, but a lot of them have school zones, you know, speed zones for schools that are enacted, you know, twice a day during those AM peak times. Some schools require, you know, a guard or something of that nature. Some do not. It just really depends upon where it's located. Our main concern is making sure that the infrastructure there, that we have proper sight distance, you know, that you can see and you have enough time to react at those intersections. And then a lot of it's awareness, you know, because we have a lot of student drivers as well, and making sure that they're aware of the safety risk, you know, at those locations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sue, do you have anything?
Mr. Chair? Yes, thank you so much. Along that same topic, Mr. Carroll, I am getting complaints, as you might aware, from parents along the area in front of Stonehouse Elementary. That's been an ongoing issue for a long time, and I know you've put a little bit of remedial work in there to help some of the traffic flow, but now that we do have these increase of parents dropping and picking off kids, it's quite an issue there. So I just wanted to keep reminding you of that little spot right there. Everybody is really asking for a stoplight. So I'll just put my 2 cents worth in for a stoplight in front of Stonehouse Elementary once again. But I did want to finish off with yet another thank you. I'm still getting thank yous from citizens for your help with the reduction in the speed limit there on Route 30 going into Barhamsville. They wanted me to convey to you how much they appreciate your help in that effort.
Thank you, Ms. Hadley. I will add to that our RSA, you know, we did the regional safety analysis there at that intersection of Schoolhouse and Rochambeau and Old Stage. Since this has come back up and both schools, Williamsburg Christian Academy and Stonehouse Elementary, are in full swing. We're going to reconvene that RSA committee in October and try to look at that and see if we could see any quick improvements that might be made.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
You're welcome.
And not staying on the school subject, but too much. And I know that with the, I think it'll let up once we get the school bus drivers and get them, you know, some more school bus drivers in place. And with COVID and the school having to, you know, basically shut down and do virtual learning, you know, we lost a lot of our bus drivers. And I know the school sent out a thing with I having children in school. They sent out a thing asking parents to drive the kids to school because they may not be able to get to you in order to get the children to school. So I'm sure once they get enough bus drivers, that'll slow down and we'll have less traffic as far as parents dropping children off at school. So that hopefully they've got that moving in the right direction. Right there at Crosswalk Community Church over on Jamestown Road, we had added classrooms and all that. John Tyler, I'm sorry, added classrooms in there on that for the church there. And one of the speakers was wondering if that could be a school zone put in that area to slow the amount of traffic when school is in session or when they're letting out and picking up.
They have a preschool or a church school there?
They have a preschool, and they go all the way up to 8th grade, I believe it is, on both sides of the street.
Okay.
But they'll be adding classrooms and moving some of the children across the street, but keeping the younger ones on the campus where the church is behind the church.
I would just say give them my name and contact.
Okay.
And I'll work with them best I can.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Could you just keep us updated on that? Because that is already a very congested area with the
Yes.
fire station, the car wash, the store. So how we would coordinate all that just so we know.
Not sure it qualifies for a school zone, but
Yeah.
I'll have to research that myself.
Okay, thank you.
Right. The, in the Norge area, and there's a little bit in, no, there's nothing in Tawana. I think it's just in the Norge area. The grass is starting to grow over the curb, and it's blocking. It's more of towards the
We
Hill
trimmed
Pleasant.
We trimmed Toano. I think
Yeah.
Norge is the next one.
Yep, good. And it's got so much out there. It's just forcing the water around it.
Yeah, we do
Instead
it.
of-
We do all the cleaning and all during our sweeping contract. But I know that they did Toano, and talking to Larry over in Croker, he said Norge was the next.
Norge is
one.
next. Great. And then the I think it's in front of the old candle factory. There's a hole in the road. There's a cone there, but it's next to the curb, and it's a pretty deep little hole. But somebody put a cone there, and I believe I'm trying to remember, but I think it's right in front of the candle factory. But it's right in that area there. If you would check that out just to see what's going on there, it just came up within the last 4 or 5 days.
Sinkholes. I talked
Yeah.
about that earlier.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's this time of year. We've been chasing sinkholes.
Yep. The, and yes, I've had a lot of, conversation with people and calls on the Wawa there, even though it's mostly in York County. We have a little sliver,
Yeah.
but of the turns and how, and especially the neighborhood down in Moortown Road and all, they're probably the most affected where people are legally turning out of there and in there when they're not supposed to. But, yeah, I appreciate you looking into that. I know you stated you were going to, so thank you very much. Thank you for all your hard work and all that and keeping our streets up to date.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll move right into consent calendars, and consent calendars consist of 19 items. No need me reading them. I know y'all have all read them probably 4 or 5 times. Are there any members or any member that wishes to pull any items out of the consent calendar? Or if not, may I have a motion for approval?
Move the approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you. Roll, please, sir.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower. Ms. Sadler.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, next board discussions, and we're going to talk about discussions of the regional indoor sports complex. And Mayor Doug Pons is here today to grace us with his presence. Thank you for coming, Mr. Mayor.
It's an honor to be here, Mr. Chairman and
Thank you.
Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me. I am Doug Pons, Mayor of Williamsburg, and with me today I have our City Manager, Andrew Trivett, and our Director of Parks and Recreation, Robbie Hutton. And online here virtually somehow, some gentlemen from Victus will be joining us. But we're here to formally introduce the regional sports complex to you all. I know you've seen some documents, and we've all had lots of conversation about it. This is an opportunity for us all to work together to bring this tourism component to Williamsburg that's much needed. Sports tourism, as you all know, is a growing segment of the industry, and it's time for us to take advantage of it. The likelihood of another Rockefeller or an Anheuser-Busch showing up to help dig us out of our challenges here in the greater Williamsburg area is probably pretty slim. So this is an effort of self-help. The city of Williamsburg is put together a tourism product fund that's going to help fund most of this, and so we're here to ask you all for some collaboration and work with some funds to help support that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Trivett, who's going to talk a little bit more about it, and then we'll switch off to a gentleman from Victus.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, Administrator Stevens, thanks for having us today. It's always interesting to be in somebody else's house for a minute, right? We'll try to be on our best behavior. I did want to just take a minute and sort of recap how we arrived at where we are today. This project really began for all 3 localities, James City County, York County, and the city of Williamsburg in 2014. We've been talking about it in some version or another since then, without really making a lot of progress towards seeing it through to fruition or deciding that it's not an answer. And so we began in earnest in 2019 working toward that resolution. either pursue this project as a region or decide that it's not really viable for us for one reason or another. And so this is all about reaching that destination. I think what we have concluded, and hopefully you'll agree after today's presentation and your opportunity to study the materials, that we've concluded that it is an option and it's worthy of pursuit. So this current iteration is the product of an application from the Williamsburg Hotel Motel Association to the city's Tourism Product Fund, as the mayor said, asking for funding to construct a regional sports facility. And through our process, the city dedicated half of the funding we expect to be needed for capital construction. And that really gave us the impetus to start moving this forward in a real way. So we formed a regional task force, if you will. It's the Historic Triangle Sports Advisory Committee. It included members of York County as well as James City County, the county administrators, the Parks Recreation directors, the Economic Development directors, and the executive director of the Hotel Motel Association, to talk about some of the issues related to the sports center that needed answers. Number one, what would be the economic model for it? What would be the market competitiveness for it? And where should it be located? Those were the three questions we needed answered sort of preliminarily before we could take any real steps toward evaluating the viability. So the Historic Triangle Sports Advisory Committee met and did that work, concluded that the best site for this to be located is on the existing Colonial Williamsburg Visitor Center site. As you know, that's a large piece of property. It's over 100 acres all total, and much of it is underutilized. If you've been there lately, there are several buildings that are no longer in service that really need to be torn down. The visitor center itself is in great shape, still serves its function, and nobody's talking about messing with that. What we're talking about is building this facility on that campus, taking advantage of existing parking, existing facilities to the extent that we can, and building a real regional draw. One of the reasons that the HTSAC, as we like to refer to it, picked that location is because it's centrally located to benefit all three jurisdictions. The hotels and motels in both James City County and York County will benefit greatly, and the city will benefit in that this will be on the campus of Colonial Williamsburg. So we really think this is a great opportunity to move this forward. I think you've been provided a letter that I wrote that sort of explained the financial model that we think is possible, also some of the other steps that we need to take moving forward. Our request to you today is that you consider entering into an authority with the City of Williamsburg and York County. We would call that the Historic Triangle Recreational Authority. That authority would be charged with governing the site of the Visitor Center, seeing this project through to construction, and then managing it after it's open. So if there aren't any questions for me right now, we'd like to introduce Walter Franco from Victus Advisors, who's going to walk you through the market analysis component of the work that the HTSAC did.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And I'm going to share my screen here, and also if you don't mind letting me know if you can see this. I'm going to put it in full screen mode.
There you
go. Okay, perfect. So as Mr. Trivet shared, my name is Walter Franco. I was actually the director of research for this study, which was conducted last year. And our purpose, as I explain here in the following page, was to essentially serve as sports tourism facility consultant, giving an updated facility market study, give facility recommendations, understand what the regional programming plan could be, additional recommendations in terms of how the community could better market the sports tourism inventory that it would have, and also work in conjunction with HGVS Consulting, which were the appointed economic consultants for this project, to collaborate on what the economic impact would be from this facility. So we were engaged by the city of Williamsburg in October of 2020, so literally almost a year ago. And we're excited to present this to you today in terms of what our findings are, and potentially discuss next steps for the city and for the surrounding counties. And I should mention today, just for this study, or for this presentation, we're going to just focus on talk about the updated sports facility market study and the facility recommendations. And if there's at any point any questions during the presentation, feel free to just holler and let me know, and I'd be happy to answer anything that you guys might not understand or want some more clarity on any slide that I present. So when we look at conducting these studies throughout the country, one of the things that we really have to focus on is understanding that for any facility that's being built, you need to have a strong local community presence that would serve as anchors to sustain the operations of the facility Monday through Thursday, which is our weekday activity. And so this is typically local rentals, practices, sometimes games, but and in some cases as well as in the case of this study, usage by local parks and rec programming. So we kind of divide this market in two, and where the primary attendance is usually drawn from within a 30-minute drive radius, and then an additional secondary weekday demand can be drawn up to 60 minutes. So looking specifically at the Williamsburg area, within a 30-minute drive time of Williamsburg, you're looking at just over 280,000 people that live in that area, which is obviously a lot of families, a lot of households. And then outside of that 30-minute window, when you expand out to 60 minutes, which includes Richmond and down south through Norfolk, you're looking at over 1.5 million people. When you're looking at that 30-minute drive time, it's mostly parks and rec. It's mostly local rec league teams. When you're looking at that 60-minute drive, you're probably looking at some of that as well, but also more specifically, some of those travel teams that select teams, those teams that are a little bit more competitive, where the base might be in Williamsburg, and you're getting people that live outside of that window but travel 2 to 3 times or more a week to attend practices in town before they have to go travel for weekend tournaments throughout the year. So that's for any sport: basketball, soccer, volleyball, etc. And it should be noticed that this is just for local weekday usage, and we'll talk a little bit later on about that regional multi-day weekend tournament attendance and where most likely this facility would be drawing attendees from. Part of our study also included speaking with a lot of local users to understand what their current perceptions were of the current offerings in Williamsburg and surrounding communities, and understanding, okay, if this facility were built, number one, what would you like to see in terms of amenities, number of courts, other features, and if this facility were built, what is your interest level in using it? And we categorize that by definitely use, likely use, possibly use, or would not use, to get a clear understanding of what that would be. In this case, this is very positive news. 0 out of the 12 interviewees that we interviewed said they would not use, and 8 said they would either likely or definitely use, with 4 saying they would possibly use. So that's typically a good gauge or a metric to understand, okay, there is definitely demand for this type of facility, and that there would be significant interest in using. This is just a small sample size, so we can essentially sometimes extrapolate that to say, okay, if there's additional interviewees that we weren't able to get a hold of. And also, typically what happens is as new facilities are brought online in communities, you'll typically see either an expansion of existing programs, either whether that's parks and rec, or some of these local user groups will say, now that we have more space, we're actually going to increase our participation, we're going to expand our programs, increase to different age groups. And also you might see creation of new groups as well, where now you might see people just outside of Williamsburg saying, hey, we want to create our own community soccer team or basketball AAU team, and but we're going to use facilities in Williamsburg. So potential usage here not only includes local practices, but also includes potential tournament activities. So some of these groups have or will have the capacity, once this facility is built, to be able to host larger scale weekday tournaments. Oftentimes, most of these groups are already traveling as is to other communities, either in Virginia or outside of Virginia, for weekend tournaments. And really universally with these types of studies, all of these groups that don't have an existing facility in market, they say we would love to be able to host our own tournaments or events to bring in people from out of town. It's a way for them personally to save money for not having to travel, but it's also a way for them to drive economic impact for communities. And that leads into sports tourism, and the mayor had mentioned about this. Something that many people don't know or maybe don't recognize is youth and amateur sports tourism is really, from a sports standpoint, sports business standpoint, the real economic driver for economic impact. I'm sure many have heard the discussions about, well, let's build, talking about NFL markets, let's build a stadium that can host a Super Bowl because of the economic impact, or we can host, a college football playoff game. But those mega events truly don't generate the economic impact that a youth and amateur sports tourism facility can generate. Why? Because especially in the case of indoor facilities, they're year-round, and these weekend event tournaments can host dozens, if not hundreds, of athletes. And then when you're hosting them, you're also bringing their families, and they're bringing their whole families. In the case of Super Bowls and other mega events, you're probably just going with a couple or friends, but you're not taking your whole family. And these types of activities, these are family trips, they're events, they're driving to these events, sometimes flying, and they're spending money locally, they're spending money at hotels, they're staying multiple nights, they're spending money at restaurants, family-friendly restaurants, of course. They're trying to see what else they can do in that market as well. And that's really what's driving youth and amateur sports tourism. And as I mentioned, the driving aspect, the typical sports tourism traveler is traveling via car within that 3 to 6 hour drive time range. And as you can see by this chart, it's really exploded just in the last 6-7 years alone. And as a result, that's why you're seeing a lot of interest from communities throughout the country and saying, hey, how can we get a piece of this? But not every community has the strengths that are needed to be able to properly capitalize on this growing trend. And Williamsburg is one of those, and I'll jump into that in a second, just kind of to give a quick teaser about that. And one of the things that we look at is, in terms of understanding sports tourism, is seeing what the participation trends are, both at a national level, but also at a local and state level. So as you can see here on your top left, from a national youth participation perspective, those lines that are in gray are indoor sports. So basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, cheerleading, pickleball. So 5 of the top 10 sports are indoor sports. The number 1 is basketball, of course. And the reality is because it's for both boys and girls. So you see that combined number there. Volleyball is very popular. It's mostly girls. Gymnastics, of course, mostly girls. And then you have cheerleading and pickleball, which pickleball in the last 10 years has just been an exploding sport that has gotten out of that niche into more to the mainstream. In every community that we've done work in, there's always a demand for either indoor or outdoor pickleball courts. Now, as we compare that with indoor sports participation for Virginia high schools, it really follows that same trend if you can look at that. The number 1 indoor sport for participation for Virginia high schools is basketball. And it's almost even between boys and girls. And then when you go down to the next sport, which is volleyball, it's mostly girls, right? And actually volleyball is the highest participated sport for girls in the state of Virginia, followed by wrestling, competitive spirit, which is kind of the same. They're going with cheerleading, and then also gymnastics. So these are all figures that line up with the national trends. And typically when you're following the national trends for a community, that can be a good sign as to what to anticipate for future programming needs, both for Parks and Rec, and also for club sports and other recreational activities. So speaking of sports tourism, so the question is, okay, so we know what sports tourism is. How can we capitalize on that? What do we need to be able to really be a part of that market? And it's really 4 key factors according to Sports and Events, the Sports and Events Tourism Association. The first one is the quality of the sports venues. Okay, so number 1, having that venue and making sure that it is a venue that is appropriate, that is family friendly, that is accessible, that has the key features and amenities that athletes and parents want. Number 2, proximity and access. How close is it to the highway? How close is it to whatever community I'm from? Is it out in the middle of nowhere? Number 3, hotels and amenities. Are there family-friendly hotels, or is it just mostly campgrounds? Are there restaurants? Are there places to shop for groceries? And then lastly, reputation and brand. Is it a community that I'm familiar with? What other things are we able to do? Are we just going to a basketball tournament and then we're going to stay in the hotel the rest of the time, or are we going to go out and have fun as a family? And as we consider those 4 factors, and as we consider Williamsburg, as you can see in this chart, really the only thing that's missing is the indoor sports tourism venue. Visit Williamsburg currently only markets to outdoor sports events and have had success there. But what's really lacking is an indoor sports tourism caliber venue. This proposed facility, which we recommend, has at least 12 basketball courts, which could be convertible to 24 volleyball courts, would allow Williamsburg to tap into this untapped market. More importantly, the key advantage of indoor sports venues is the ability to be open year-round. And so you're capturing year-round activity. Basketball is typically played in winter and spring for high school, but as many might know, especially if you're parents of AAU athletes, AAU sports really is year-round. So there's always basketball tournaments indoor throughout the year, same with volleyball and other sports as well. In terms of proximity and access, we've kind of mentioned that already from the local usage, but when we look at the weekend and beyond the 2.5-hour to 5-hour drive time range, you're looking at over 5.5 million just within 2.5-hour drive of Williamsburg, and over 25 million within a 5-hour drive, including these larger markets with Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and then down south with Charlotte, Raleigh, and other places. This is an advantage that many communities in the East Coast have. So I'm over in Utah, in Salt Lake City, and the next largest market, significant market, is Las Vegas to the south, 5.5 hours away, and then Denver, 8 hours to the east. And so just within that drive time, we're only talking about maybe 4 to 5 minutes. So it's very different on the East Coast, and this is something that really should be taken advantage of, especially when we talk about youth sports tourism. Is really a 3 to 6 hour drive time for families. From a lodging, family tourism attractions, well, from lodging, there are over 70 family-friendly lodging options within a 10-minute drive of the Colonial Williamsburg Visitor Center. So that's a very, very strong advantage for generating economic impact. If you're going to an event, you don't want to be driving 30 minutes to the hotel after a long day. You want to be able to go quickly there and just know that it's there. Or if you forget something, you forget shoes or basketball, you can quickly get to the location. And then hundreds of dining retail options, premium outlets, which is always a hit with families. And obviously just the knowledge of Colonial Williamsburg. There's a lot of history and tourism and museums, very family-friendly attractions. And so that's a very, very strong competitive advantage. And then lastly, reputation. People know where Williamsburg is. It's not a new community. It's not something that they haven't heard before. And, because of the historical sites and museums, amusement parks, and other attractions. And so not every community can, sometimes when we do these studies, we say, okay, well, you have the venue now, but you don't really have the proximity or access, or you don't really have the reputation because no one knows about this community. So they have to struggle to really build a reputation, right? But in the case of Williamsburg, the only thing that's missing is a sports tourism caliber venue, indoor specifically. And once you hit that, the idea is that you can have really beneficial gains for the community. And this just kind of goes again with the proximity and access and the population, just to kind of give you a visual. So within that 2.5 hour drive time, you can see it's most of Virginia, parts of North Carolina, and creeping up into Maryland. As you go beyond that, you're going up into the East Atlantic with Pennsylvania and New Jersey, into Delaware as well, and down south through most of North Carolina, and even into a little bit of South Carolina, and out to West Virginia, out to the west. So that's you have the capacity. Williamsburg has the capacity to really be attracting families from all over the Mid-Atlantic. Part of our study also just looked at what the comparable facilities could be for if this facility were built. So as you can see, there are several sports tourism facilities throughout the Mid-Atlantic. But one thing to keep in mind is not all of these facilities are located in communities that have some of the advantages that Williamsburg has in terms of reputation, access, proximity, inventory of hotels. Some of these facilities were built without doing any due diligence or any feasibility work. And so in speaking with some of these interviewees, they've mentioned, yeah, we've traveled to this location or we've traveled to this one, but the facility was nice, but there's really nothing to do. There's no hotels, or it's really hard, or there are no family-friendly hotels, or there's nothing to eat, so we had to bring all our food. And so these are where the tournaments are being held, but this is an opportunity potentially again for Williamsburg, where they can really capitalize on all the strengths that it currently has. The important thing to note too, of course, here is that none of these facilities is located within 28 miles or about a 30-minute drive of Williamsburg. Again, going back to what our recommendation was, is we recommend, based on our conversations with various stakeholder groups and user groups and regional event organizers, is that we recommend at least 12 basketball courts could be convertible up to 24 volleyball courts. Now, again, mentioning that we do these studies throughout the country, and these recommendations are based on market demographics, growth trends, and conversations with stakeholders and user groups. So sometimes our recommendations are for only 4 basketball courts for a community or for the facility, or sometimes 6 or 8. But in this case, there is significant demand from a local use perspective and also from a regional event basis for 12 basketball courts. So with that, typically for that number of courts, you're looking at around 150,000 square feet. From a seating standpoint, we're not literally looking at an arena per se. And so when you're not looking at an arena and it's more dedicated to youth and amateur sports, you really don't need large scale seating or fixed seating. And so that's why we recommend that there should be portable bleachers, but that can be arranged in different ways. So that way, if there is going to be a championship event at the end of a tournament, then you can group them together so you can have kind of that arena environment and feel. But for the most part, many of these organizers don't really require large seating capacities because it's just family. You're not really getting paid attendance from other people. And then what our recommendation was, based on the needs of the city of Williamsburg with Parks and Recreation and speaking with stakeholders, is that it really is a hybrid approach, so that there's local and regional programming. And so for local use, again, on the weekdays, an 8-court facility would be able to meet the needs of Williamsburg's Parks and Rec program demand. But with that ability to increase to 12 basketball courts, you would allow for still local use, but also share with other clubs and rentals. So that way, both the community for Parks and Rec programming, but also clubs and other teams are still able to have access to the facility. And from a sports tourism use for weekends, we understand that the city wants to be able to attract tourism events. And so more than 12 courts wouldn't be recommended, but about 12 courts is kind of that nice number, because when you look at, we speak with regional event organizers, their main need is having sufficient courts on site rather than spreading from one facility to another where they have to have people shuffling around to different facilities. They like to have everything on one site. And so based again on our conversations with these groups, understanding the market, we really think that 12 basketball courts convertible to 24 volleyball courts would meet the demand for local and sports tourism use. In terms of looking at, obviously the big question is always what the cost would be. We pulled some data from various sports tourism facilities that we profiled, facilities that were built within the last 10, 11 years, and similar size to understand what the construction cost could be. Keep in mind that these numbers were based on the available data that was given at the time that we published this report, which was Q4 of Turner Construction Cost Index. So keep in mind that as of June 2021, that nationwide cost construction has been raised about a percent or so, and will continue to increase. So depending if the city and other stakeholders decide to move forward with this project, most likely the construction would increase due to inflation. But this just kind of gives an idea or a benchmark, as you can see with the estimated 2020 construction costs. Depending on the amenities and the features within the facility, it can range anywhere between 15 up to 42 million, depending on various factors. So, and like I said, that's why we kind of recommend to minimize seating capacity, because as you say, okay, well, we want to have 2,000 seats and we want to have fixed seating, then that significantly raises costs for facilities. So we try to be conservative and say, okay, realistically, most of the spectators tend to be family members, and they are not there all at the same time because they're shuffling out because of different games. And usually the event organizers tell us as well that we really don't need more than a few hundred or up to 1,000, maybe depending on our scale of event. In terms of if this facility were built, what it would look like from a usage standpoint, as you can see here, probably close to 50% of usage at the facility would be drawn from Parks and Rec programming. So given the current facility offerings within the community, Williams Park and Rec feels like they expand and really sustain programming with this facility. So that's why we're showing 50%. So there is a heavy usage and sustainability from the Parks and Rec side. And then the remaining 25% would be for local rentals for community events, for volleyball teams and practices and games and other rentals. And then the last quarter, 26% would be those weekend tournament activities. So this looks and it feels like a healthy balance and mix, where the facility is going to be with the lights off, 4 to 5 days out of the week, where it's only open for weekend tournaments. There are some communities that prefer that. So in the case of Rocky Mount, which was a comparable for our study, which is in North Carolina, they've really shut out the community, where it's only an event facility for bringing in events from out of town, where they want it to be an economic driver, but the facilities isn't being used during the week. And so we see a balance between the benefit to the community and also being able to generate economic impact. And we feel, based on our conversation with stakeholders and user groups, that this could be achieved in Williamsburg. In terms of attendance figures, when we talk about in-market, we're talking about specifically the city of Williamsburg, James City County, and York County. So obviously weekday usage is within that 30 to 60 minute drive time. So the majority would be within the market. And then when you look at weekend tournaments, those 35,000, the lower number for in-market visits, that's typically the local teams that are hosting events or local teams that are participating in these larger scale events. But the majority obviously is going to be coming from out of that market, probably within that 3 to 6 hour drive time radius. And that number there, that 234,200 for the economic impact, is the number that we use to collaborate with HVS Consulting for them to conduct their economic analysis. And so plugging in those numbers, understanding what the usage would be, understanding what rental rates are in the community and other comparable markets, our assumptions plugged into to what our estimated pro forma would be. You're looking at about a 75 to 76% cost recovery on an annual basis in a stabilized year. So that's when everything's up and running and you have full activity of the community. This is a typical for a publicly owned facility. When you have a publicly owned facility, the philosophy changes, where you're really trying to focus on community benefit with sports tourism activity as well. When it's a privately owned facility, profits and revenue is the only objective, and so that you typically end up shutting out the local community and Parks and Rec programming, and it's just strictly rentals, both weekday use and also weekend activity. And so those typically are generating a modest profit. But in the case of publicly owned facilities, you usually see this as typical. However, in smaller markets where there's just not enough demand locally, you'll see this number dip considerably, where it's 50% cost recovery or less. So this is a improved number from what we've seen in other communities for the city of Williamsburg from a cost recovery standpoint. And again, this just kind of drives the point home from the usage standpoint. This shows what the facility usage would look like on a monthly basis. As you can see, there are some peaks, a few dips, but generally speaking, it's consistent activity year round, and that's mostly buoyed by Parks and Rec programming, which we assume they would have programming throughout the year, especially during the summertime with summer camps and other things like that. But any peaks that's typically when event organizers like to have those sports tournaments. So that's typically during, as you can see here, in March and April, spring break, May, end of school year, And then November, December, sometimes you'll see some Thanksgiving and Christmas types events as well. And that's my presentation. I'll leave the screen on now in case if there are any questions that I need to refer back to the slide.
I'm not sure exactly who to address this to, but let me just ask a question, see if I can verify kind of my takeaway in terms of the financial impact for the county as far as this is concerned, that what we would really be talking about here would be the county would be expected to maintain its current maintenance of effort funding for chamber tourism, whatever, and that would be put into the Sports Authority fund to help pay for the costs. That then, in addition to that, we would be expected to provide about $500,000 that could be up to $750,000, with that being a cap from our other sources of revenue. Is that accurate?
Mr. McGlynn, that is really the request from the city, and to make this authority successful and the facility to be able to operate. It is, I think most of us are not surprised, the facility itself that would have an operating deficit. What's not as well stated and easy to share by locality is what is the return, and I think the estimates there are another $1.5 million to the communities, but it's not specific of Williamsburg, York, or James City. That didn't really include the meals tax, and so I think if you get into the overall picture, is it a cash flow positive for us? The facility itself won't look like it, but to the communities as a whole, I believe it will be. And city manager is agreeing with me, so I haven't gotten too far off course.
Right. And then I did also kind of expect that by virtue of relieving some of the pressure for new facilities for community recreation, that you are sort of expecting that that's part of an offset.
Yes, sir. And talking with our Parks and Recreation Director, there continues to be a tremendous demand for gym space, indoor gym space. We're working with the school systems on a short-term plan, but long-term, we would be coming back to the board if this doesn't move forward with some type of CIP request for gym space. Probably a 2 or 3 gym facility, not a 12 gym facility, but it also wouldn't have any return of bringing in sporting events or sports tourism into the community because it wouldn't be big enough to support that. So.
Yeah, I think that's right. There are 3 documents that, in order for this project to move forward to construction, the first is a lease with Glen and Williamsburg. The second is the formation of the authority, which is what we're asking you to do. And then the third would come at a later date, and that's a memorandum of agreement regarding the financial contributions. It's difficult to define that with any real certainty until we've gone through the preliminary process of a PPA or an RFP for the facility. We think we've got the construction number well at hand, but the operational piece is still a little bit vague, and we won't know for sure until the authority has decided, are we going to operate the facility in-house, or are we going to hire a firm to do that, and if so, what's the cost?
And just in terms of, the cap of $750,000, what happens if the deficit is greater than $1.5 million?
I think in that outside chance, then the authority would have to decide how to cover that loss. One of the things that we've proposed, as you said, is redirecting that maintenance of effort money that we've all become accustomed to paying to the authority, which will give the authority a revenue stream outside of additional contributions from the 3 localities. And so as that year after year, there's a surplus in what's there versus what's required for the operations of the facility, we're building a war chest to deal with a deficit year that might occur, because you never know when the next COVID might happen.
Thank you very much.
I wondered if Victus, and I don't know if this is in their purview or not, but back to something you just said about who runs it, because we've obviously both got tremendous Parks and Rec departments. We're very, very fortunate. They don't necessarily, though, may not have that reach of going out and dealing with national tournaments to bring them here, which is what most likely an outside firm is going to bring to the table. does Victus have any information on, have they seen both done, or, which they would recommend for the facility?
Sure, I'll let Mr. Franco answer that, but in the interim, I'll give my answer. I think you're 100% right, Ms. Larson. Both the city, the two counties could operate this facility from the standpoint of local programming and maintaining it. And we could do that very well. We're accustomed to that. The attraction of sports tourism to the facility, though, is, speaking for myself, it's outside of our wheelhouse. So my recommendation would be that we look strongly at an outside firm to do all of that, because I think it gives an incentive to that operator to perform in both sides. It also gives us somebody to help manage the likely conflict over time on the floor between the sports tourism aspect and the local programming aspect. Mr. Franco?
Yeah, no, and that's a great question, Ms. Larson, and that's, like I said, every community is a little bit different in terms of what their philosophy is and what their needs are. I think there's definitely some pros and cons, and we did discuss a little bit about that in further detail in the full report. But one of the considerations is, when you hire a private operator, typically they are experts in the field and they have that expanded reach and the connections with the event organizers. But sometimes the fees can be cost prohibitive, depending on what the facility owners are looking at. And so that range, that management fee can range anywhere between $150,000 to over $200,000 on an annual basis. And that's going to be paid regardless of how the operations do. And then that doesn't include also travel budgets that they'll also include for going to conventions and events to network and do those things. And so that's kind of a pro and a con, I guess. You're getting that expertise, but then is it something that the owners of the facility are looking to invest in that? Some communities, especially when they work and combine their forces from county and city and form an authority, they'll form a sports commission board, for example, and then they'll hire someone to be like the events manager or something. And usually that person alone won't necessarily operate the facility, but will work in conjunction with the operators if it's a public entity and say, okay, we need to book out these events for the next calendar year, and we'll book this out. The other thing that I didn't want to mention too with private operators is sometimes, especially when it's a publicly owned facility and there's significant needs or philosophy where the public, whether it's the city says, hey, we want to ensure that the community has access to the facility. Sometimes you create some friction because the private operators will say, hey, well, we actually have this event that needs to come in X times a year and they need it, for this time and this time. Well, it's going to start to cut in. You're going to start to see the local community be shut out. But that's not the case in all cases, but that's something worth considering as a community as you look to see, what the balance is between community benefit and also economic impact from outside events.
Thank you.
Would that make the three localities equal partners in this endeavor?
That's what I have proposed. I really feel like, from my perspective, it's easy for me to feel this way because I think that James City County's use case, the city's use case are very similar. As Mr. Stevens said, the city's in a similar position. If this facility is not constructed, it's very likely the city council will have to consider a new expansion to the Quarter Path Recreation Center to meet our needs. So we're sort of in a similar need. York County has a little different perspective because their county is so split in terms of geography. A lot of their population is in Lower York County. It's difficult to foresee a lot of usage from those residents when they have other facilities that could meet their local programming need. But with the development that we're seeing in Upper York County, I don't think it's fair to exclude them either. The reason that I would propose equal use is because I think it makes it easier for when there is a conflict for us to negotiate the answer to that. I think it gets harder when some people don't have an equal share.
And I know when this was put together, it was Williamsburg, taking the lead. And but I noticed in the presentation, it talks about 8 basketball courts needed for Parks and Recs for Williamsburg, with 12 being the total. Is that 8 for all of us,
Yes.
or is that just 8 for Williamsburg?
Right. I think that's a good point. The city actually was the financial entity that paid Victus. We also paid HVS to do the analysis of Victus work and also do the economic analysis. But that Historic Triangle Sports Advisory Committee, consisting of all of us, including the Parks and Recreation directors, one of their charges was to determine the local programming need for all three entities. And then we turned that over, that collective agreement on what was needed, to Victus to compare it to what was needed to attract sports tourism. And so what's in the report matches that programming need for all three jurisdictions.
Okay, I figured it probably was, but wasn't sure. And I know it's talking about a $481,700 loss yearly. And of course, it's hard to what we're getting back tourism wise through that, and so that'd be a number we'll have to just watch, and we should get the tourism back with hotels and retail and that sort of thing throughout our jurisdiction. The growth rate and that they showed, there was a growth rate for all, not just our area, but for all tourism, or all not tourism, but yeah, there it goes. Oh, just had it. Yep. And that's for sports tourism throughout Virginia. Would that be correct?
US, I
Sorry,
think.
no, that's a national.
National. Okay.
Yes,
It'd be good to know what our area, because it looks like with that, roughly you're nationally then you're growing 1.8 billion every year, roughly, as you continue to out, which is a great growth rate. But I'd be curious to know what our growth rate may be here and what we anticipate our growth rate being. Be a good number to see.
That's a good question.
Just so we know within this jurisdiction, within this area, our growth rate is X and is continuing an upward slide, because national can be, Texas could be throwing these numbers, California could be throwing these numbers.
Sure.
And I'd like to know a little bit more about what we're doing in our area and what our growth rate looks like. Let's see. The week times, it looks like that Monday through Thursday is going to be our basically week. And then the weekend is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that's when we would do more of our sports tourism and that sort of thing. But would we still have the benefit of, if we get a team that wants to do a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, would that be scheduled in, or is that going to mess up what we're doing with our parks and recs?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. That's going to be the most challenging part of operating the facility, is prioritizing one over the other. If you look at the HVS study that was done, they looked at what Victus had proposed, and HVS had a slightly more favorable case for prioritizing sports tourism.
Okay.
And so in those situations, we would be asking the Parks and Recreation directors to find other facilities to put that weekday use for that one event. Although I think that it's pretty rare to have a sports tourism event during the week.
Right. Okay. Now when we use the facility, like James City is using a facility of say 4 courts on an average base, do we pay into that for use of those 4 courts in order to keep? Because I would think, I know it comes out of our parks and recs and that sort of thing, but if we're paying into it, that may take that 481 down as far as each person, each community that's using that facility. And if James City County is using, 80% and Williamsburg using 20%, York County is using 0% on these months, will we pay per use? How is that?
Mr. Butt, I think we're still working through some of the specifics of that. What I would envision, if we're doing it for our Parks and Rec usage, that we wouldn't pay. We'd have a set schedule. We have this amount of courts for our community use, and Parks and Rec would sort of drive that. I think we have teams that we expect, some of these sports teams and travel teams that practice during the week. We think they would rent a few of those courts. Those are those 4 that are sort of set aside. But those are all specifics that we can work out. The other part it was suggested, is this facility going to have a workout room in it that might complement the sports tourism, but also be something our community could use? And I think those are some things we can talk through the details when we get into the detailed design of the facility. And do we charge a membership fee similar to the recreation facility? I think those are all things that the authority would want to sort of work through and determine what's best for our community, and certainly involve our elected officials in making those final determinations. So.
I definitely think that funding should go through the authority in
I
order
think,
to.
I think honestly, out of all the things that are possible from this facility, making that change is really going to help the overall function of that maintenance of effort pool.
Right.
Just a quick thing. Do we have a sense that, about the relative mix of youth versus adult sports? I'm assuming it's very heavily oriented toward youth activities. The tourism part.
On the tourism, I'll answer that.
Yeah.
If that's okay. Yeah. So when you're looking at indoor sports events, it's mostly I would say, mostly 70% or more of youth. So when you're talking about outdoor, then you get a kind of a more, I don't want to say a more even mix, but you're looking at adult softball tournaments, adult soccer tournaments, things like that. But when you're looking at youth and amateur sports events for indoor, it's mostly youth, because you're talking about AAU basketball, volleyball. Where you see more adults sprinkled in is for pickleball tournaments, where adults are traveling for those events. But for weekend indoor activity, it's the majority is youth.
And my, maybe my recollection is outdated, but I remember when my kids were in youth basketball, that was a program that was actually run by the city Parks and Recreation Department. Is that still the case today?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Parks and Recreation directors are both here. They can address that. But I think one of the things that we do well is trying to coordinate who offers what sports, so that we're not duplicating services.
Right.
And that would continue and probably be enhanced, frankly, by sharing a facility.
And it, I can certainly recall lots of York County residents participating in that, in the youth baseball programs and so forth. They really are, I think, going to benefit from this kind of facility as well. Anyway, thanks.
I had a couple of questions. One, you mentioned, and I saw in some of the notes here, that you're talking about this being maybe a 10-acre facility, and that the CW property was like 100 acres. And initially my idea was, okay, we're going to take over the area where the visitor center is, but it sounds like the visitor center is going to remain. This is going to be somewhere else on that property. Is that correct?
Yes and no. In a typical administrator fashion, yes and no. So the way that this will work, and we're still finalizing the lease with Colonial Williamsburg for the authority to consider once it's formed. There's basically, what I've done is I've identified 3 project sites on the property that consist of, let's call it 69 or so acres of property. And so as each one of the project sites gets activated, then we would negotiate a new lease rate for that particular project. And so the way that I've been thinking about this is very similar to like the EV RIFA, in that the participating localities, in this case York, James City, and Williamsburg, with each project that might be considered on each project site, decide to what extent they want to be involved in it. So this project has a benefit for all 3 of us. We're all 3 going to support it. The next project that the authority might envision for that space may not be as appealing to James City County or York County, and that would be a decision that we would make at that time. The question about the visitor center is one that I can't fully answer, because it's really a question for Colonial Williamsburg. I think that they've recognized that the need for a large visitor reception area has passed. That was extremely important in the 70s when that facility was originally conceived, but no longer is necessary with the invention of smartphone, where you can buy your ticket on arrival, get all the information you need at the site, and go straight to enjoying whatever you're there for. I think that Colonial Williamsburg will re-envision its arrival from this large center to a much more scaled down site, and that likely will not happen on what is now the visitor center property. And so at some future date, I expect that building will be available to the authority to program.
And the other thing that wasn't mentioned in here, but was in the papers we had gotten earlier, was the potential for a lease of up to 75 years. And I think that was a concern, that we were much more comfortable with a shorter term lease on that.
It will be a shorter term.
Okay, that was a really important thing for me. And then, are we at a point where you're going to be, and maybe this is for Mr. Stevens, are we going to be giving direction today to do this, or is it going to come back to us as a resolution? How are we going to proceed from this point?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, Mr. Eisen, my intent today was informational for the board to make sure that you weren't opposed to this project. If
Okay.
you're okay with us moving forward, I don't need a vote other than just an indication as you're okay with us sort of continuing the conversation. We would work then with the city on these documents to form the authority and bring back something most likely to your public hearing in November, where you could have a public hearing on the authority's formation, and then at that point would be forming the authority, which would start us down the path to being part of this project.
Okay, that's helpful then, because, there are some aspects of it, I think, that need to be worked out to be brought back to us, that we had mentioned, such as the ability for, and one of the, through partners to exit it if they decide at some future point that it's not in their interest to continue, and to have a clear picture of, what our operations and construction costs are going to be. So, appreciate that information. Thank you.
And then I'd suggest too, with the authority, that it would be elected officials that would be voting members on that. We'd have other members as well to, but I would think that, I'd like to see the voting members be elected officials just because of the money,
Sure.
and that sort of thing. And I think that would keep it from over time being infiltrated in maybe somebody that changes the whole avenue of where we're trying to go with this. So that would be my 2 cents on that.
And Mr. Dibble, I think we're, as administrators, are open to whatever the boards would like for us to do. There are a lot of details in the beginning of it, and so if we had sort of envisioned the initial phases might be the city manager, county administrators, and our Parks and Recreation Director or economic developers, with the idea that once we get to that next phase of a real long-term commitment, because initially, to Mr. Eisenhower's point, I think there's a lot of information that we can't answer the questions until we form the authority and get those answers for you. But certainly we envision elected officials being part of it once we commit long-term. If you'd like them to be there initially, I think that we would work that in as well. But I say grunt work. There's a lot of detail work to get us to the point of getting those answers to you, and just trying to save some of that time for the elected officials. We were trying to suggest that we might work through the details and bring them back. But I think we're comfortable whichever way you'd want us to go.
Yeah, and I have no problem with, working out the details and that sort of thing, but just when the money comes into the picture, that's when I think, because, that's what we're elected to do, is watch that money as well as how to spend it and that sort of thing. So we definitely ought to, be involved once that portion clicks into place. Because I know y'all are going to bring everything back to us as we're gathering this information and figuring out what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and that sort of thing. Okay. Sue, do you have anything to add?
No, thank you. I've had all my questions thus far answered. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to follow up. Just very quickly, thank both of you for coming out today. I did just want to mention that we have not had an opportunity to go to the Tourism Council yet to discuss the change of the MOU. So that is something that we will be discussing and moving forward with very shortly here. I'm very excited about this. I think if COVID proved anything, it was the reliance of this community on tourism. And we know that we need a new product of some sort. We know that sports tourism is a growing business. We know that parents will continue to support their children in sports, even during economic downturn. So that's another reason. We know that both of and I agree with Supervisor McGlynn, I think with the increase of population that York County is bringing, that they're going to use it more than they think. We know that both of our communities need more space. I've heard, do you go in to spend money that you're not going to get back? I don't agree. I think that there is going to be money that's brought back into the community by the visitors. And if that were the case, you'd never build a swimming pool. I mean, I'm a mom of a swimmer. I'm a mom of a rower, both of what take a lot of money. And if you didn't want kids to learn how to swim, you'd never build a swimming pool, because a swimming pool does not make money. You do it for the greater good. In this case, you're also doing something for the greater good. You're providing recreation for our community. But in this case, our community is going to see some financial, and I think more than some, quite a bit, gain because of the visitation that we're bringing. We have to remember that these visitors, what our goal is to bring these visitors in, to have them come to Jamestown, Yorktown, Colonial Williamsburg on the day before the tournament, and have them go to Busch Gardens and other locations the day after, Water Country, etc. So I appreciate it. I'm excited. I know that we've got details to work through, but I really appreciate y'all coming, and I really appreciate your investment from the beginning of your willingness to look into something and put your money behind it before you knew whether or not it was going to be a go. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just a little bit about the schedule. We will be making a similar presentation to this to York County, I believe, next week. And they'll be on a similar schedule in terms of considering the authority formation in November. So hopefully we'll all be rowing in the same direction quickly.
Any other questions? City Manager, Mayor, thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep Williamsburg beautiful. All right. Next, we'll move into board considerations. Our number one is the 2021 redistricting. Liz, Jason, welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you know, the county is required to redistrict every 10 years following release of the decennial population data from the U.S. Census Bureau. The county received census population data in August. And you want to put the first slide up? Oh, sorry. You can see I rarely do presentations. There we go. Okay. So data show an overall increase in population across all districts in James City County. However, the growth and the percent increase was not even across districts. Stonehouse is now the largest district with a total population of 17,770, which is a 35% increase from 2010. Roberts is now the smallest district with a total population of 14,414, and that is a 5% increase from 2010. In the middle of the county, Berkeley and Jamestown districts each grew by about 18%. That's on pace with the county as a whole, and the Powhatan district grew by 9%. When looking at the maps for James City County and we're thinking about redistricting, we have to keep in mind that local electoral districts must be contiguous and compact, have near equal resident population, and also have clearly defined and observable boundaries. Ideal district size in the county, based on our recent data, is 15,650, and with an acceptable range of roughly between 15,200 and 16,030. Staff's proposed plan is to hopefully reach a consensus on a district level map. Precincts will be more challenging because once the General Assembly lands on their maps, we will have to make sure we don't have split precincts. We can, of course, have split districts. That we'll have to send our proposed map and redistricting ordinance to the Attorney General for certification. That's pursuant to the New Rights of Voters Act, which is recent legislation passed by the General Assembly in 2021. And then, of course, we'll have to advertise and adopt the new map and ordinance. So we're not accomplishing our task tonight. This is a first step, and we're asking that the board hopefully take a look at these maps and consider reaching a district level consensus. And I'm going to turn it over to Jason to review details of the maps.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
Did you look at other counties our size and see what, like, did they have 5 districts? Did they have 7? Did, you know, or?
I don't have overall information. I think 5 is a pretty standard number. Once you go larger, they can get up to, 10, 12, but I can certainly research that topic.
I'd like to know that. Thank you. And I guess that was one of the questions. Did you consider adding new districts?
We did not, but it's, if the board wants to go in that direction, that is something we could look at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think Supervisor Larson, one of the reasons we didn't do that is when we first started this process, we had just asked the board for some very basic guidance on what we should be looking for. And at that point, I think the guidance was, let's keep things sort of as similar as they are. But obviously, we're just at the beginning of the process, so we can certainly go back and amend that now. Really what you see before you is the existing districts, and the colors represent the different census blocks. And the only reason I'm showing you this is because as we get into the technical side of map creation, we have to abide by certain guidelines, and one of those is to not split up these census blocks. So every color on this map represents a different census block that is established sort of outside of our purview. So on the right, you see sort of a zoomed in area in the Norge part of the county. You'll see Norvalia. Oops. Norvalia. Of course, now I'm not going to be able to go back. Norvalia and Christian Sand. In this area, and then the new Jennings Way over here. And you'll see that there are a number of census blocks split actually in those neighborhoods. So when we go through and we talk about moving some areas, particularly neighborhoods, we have to be sensitive to sort of the existing standards that we're getting in. So again, on the left is the overall county map, and you can see we have a number of census blocks. In the Stonehouse district, you have some really large ones that have to stay intact. The same in some of the southern areas. But as you get into the Jamestown district in Newtown, there are just sort of a lot of different things that we have to take into consideration. So when we think about the least impactful change to the districts, this was sort of our first effort. It's kind of hard to see on this big screen, but I really just want folks to focus on the number up there. That's 3,403. That would be the least amount of people moved between districts to make this redistricting process work. So you'll remember when Liz was saying that we have to get within a certain range. We're aiming for 15,000 approximate people per district. Moving 3,403 is the smallest number that we can do to accomplish that. So on the right side of the screen, again, it's a little hard to see, but these are the districts, and they all meet those guidelines. So they're all within that 5%. And just hitting sort of some of the big areas, obviously, when we talk about Roberts being the smallest district, we needed to add the most to that area. The only district that Roberts touches is Berkeley, and Berkeley wasn't one of the ones that needed to change, but that it was necessary for us to pull from there to make Roberts meet that goal. So we really looked at the southern part of Jamestown Road. That is everything to the west of Neck of Land all the way to the island coming out of Berkeley district. Then to be able to pull Berkeley back up into that range, the second change, we looked at moving the southern half of Jolly Pond Road from Powhatan to Berkeley. And then the only other two changes that we would need to make was about 2,000 people coming from Stonehouse into Powhatan, and that's the western portion of Little Creek Reservoir, and then the upper portion of the county between essentially Route 60 and Barhamsville Road, Route 30. So that would be going from Stonehouse to Powhatan. So in essence, like I said, this keeps everything as close to what it was before and accomplishes that. We did want to show the board other possible changes. So this is sort of a second map. It's not an option that I think we would recommend, but when Liz said that we had to get as close to 1560 within that 5%. There was a way that we could get all of the districts to that, essentially to that 1560 number, and only have about 200 people different between all of the districts. But that ended up moving 9,500 people. So you can see just changing 200 people per district ultimately affects 3 and 4 times the number of people moving between the districts. So this required a lot more changes, particularly in the Jamestown and Powhatan areas, to be able to make that number really similar. I don't know that we thought this was necessarily the most productive one, but we wanted you to see that there are other ways to get to some of those numbers, but it does have a more impactful effect on the county overall. So as Liz said, I think what we would be looking for today would just be, a general sort of endorsement of the process we've gone through to this point, to let us go back and start working with the voter registrar on the precincts. I think that's really going to be where the challenge is. We have to wait for the state maps to finalize so we can figure out where some of these would need to go. But it allows us, once we have the district level maps, we have more of an ability to sort of start fine tuning those areas.
Yeah, I thought you all did an outstanding job on this. I was absolutely very, very impressed with the job, especially how you minimize the number of people that keep changing districts. Because I like to remind people I've been here 26 years. I've lived in the same spot and I've been in 3 different districts. So it happens. It happens a lot. But that was a good job. I think my understanding is you're looking for consensus from us to send your recommended option forward to the Attorney General. It has to be, and while that's up there, you will be working on additional, potentially on the precinct level.
That's my understanding, but I'll let Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. Yes, that's the plan, but I will say that this is a new process and we haven't received much direction from the Attorney General. So ideally, we'd have our precinct set before we sent it, I think, so that we have everything done. So I think my my response is maybe.
Okay.
I think I'm waiting for some more direction from the Attorney
One
General.
of the things that I think we ought to consider, we currently have 4 of the districts have 4 precincts and 1 has 3 precincts. Quite a few of us have very small precincts. I got one that's very, very small. And if we could, especially after talking to the voter registrar, if with the number of people who are voting early, the actual workload by having all these precincts on election day could probably be somewhat ameliorated by cutting back to 3 precincts per district across the board. If that's something that's doable, that's something I would ask you guys to take a very close look at, because I think it would be tremendous savings in expense for our voter registration and the operation of our elections, and it would also be fairly easy to accomplish, because I don't think we're going to have that many people, with early voting, that many people voting on election day, that it would require a heavy workload.
Yes, and the registrar certainly communicated that to administration. So that is something that we will look at. If we are going to reduce the number of precincts, that will have to go to the Attorney General. But yeah, certainly that's a reasonable request.
If you are looking, so just so I'm clear, are we going to say today we prefer option 1?
You can, if the board wants to take more time, that's certainly available to you, but we're proposing an option tonight so that we can continue with our process in terms of sending to the Attorney General and also beginning to, look at our precincts, because obviously we're going to have to move 3,400 people from their current precinct.
Okay, so my other thing was with the question, and I've brought this up before about precincts being in schools. Due to safety, due to, all kinds of things, then somebody said, well, prefer schools over church. Well, we use churches in some places. So that doesn't quite, are we going to look at other options besides using schools? Or what's, since we have this opportunity now, or?
Yeah, certainly. I would take this opportunity just to say that we have been working with the voter registrar, Diana Moorman. She's been working very closely with us and has seen these maps and had offered some comments preliminarily about that. She's very interested in working with us and trying to figure out where we can identify new places, better places. Trying to figure out where sort of that central voting area is going to be, whether or not we're going to keep it at the rec center. All of those things are things that are really paramount on her mind as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just say that I really appreciate the hard work that went into this, and think you've produced a good outcome here. And I would say that while I'm open to the idea of reducing the number of precincts, I think it is also important to recognize that sometimes a small precinct exists because of sort of geographical isolation. So, for instance, in the Roberts district, there is precinct C, which has a relatively small number of voters, but it's also in an area which is separated from the rest of the county, essentially, along Penniman Road and 143. So, I think we have to be careful about a kind of blanket decision about numbers of precincts. But I do agree that it's probably helpful to go ahead and at least give a tentative approval to a plan so that it will be easier to address the question of how the precinct lines are going to look after this is over. And if that were the case, I think that the first option you presented here today is significantly superior to the other option that's there. I know there are others that could be done, but this really seems like a pretty minimal number of voters whose representation is going to be changed.
Sue, do you have anything to add?
No, I'd just like to thank Liz and Jason for all their hard work on this. I agree, Supervisor McGlennon. I think option one seems to be the least impactful on the citizens, and I don't know where we are in the process. There's a little bit of a delay here, so I am supportive of option one, and I look forward to moving along in the process.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you all for a job well done. And it sounds like the board's ready for option number one. So, do we need a vote on that? I think we're all in consensus that one is the way to go. We good with that, or do we want to take a vote?
You had an endorsing resolution in the packet.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would move that resolution with option one as the preferred option.
Roll call.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
There we go.
Mr. Chairman, can I request we take a short break? Because I think this probably will take a little
Yes,
bit of time here.
that'll be fine. Let's go ahead and take a little recess. Let's come back into session. Ms. Sadler, are you there?
Yes, sir.
There you go. All right, just want to make sure we didn't lose you. Okay, we'll go into number 2, considerations of James City County Comprehensive Plan, our county, our shared future, James City County 2045 Comprehensive Plan. Ms. Cook, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The draft 2045 Comprehensive Plan is before the board today for consideration following the board's public hearing on the draft 2045 plan, which was held on July 13th, 2021. Staff appreciates the opportunity this afternoon to begin by reviewing the materials of the draft plan in relation to the board's direction at its May 25th, 2021 work session. As stated on this slide, the board's direction on each of these items is reflected in the current draft plan. So going through the items there, Moortown Road is not in the draft plan or depicted on the future land use map. The rural lands designation description is carried forward as it had been reviewed by the board. The economic opportunity land use designation description is carried forward as it had been reviewed by the board. For the land use applications on the future land use map, the parcels associated with LU 20-0020, parcels adjacent to colonial heritage, are shown on the land use map as mixed use. The parcels associated with LU 20-0028 Croker Interchange PSA adjustment are shown on the future land use map as outside the PSA and designated rural lands, with 2 parcels designated as community character conservation, open space, or recreation. The parcels associated with LU 20-0017, parcels across from Windsor Mead Marketplace,
Your time's up.
are shown on the future land use map as low-density residential. The board also discussed 4 GSAs at the work session in May. Again, the board's direction on each of these items is reflected in the current draft plan. Public facilities 4.7 shown here is not in the draft plan. Environment 1.17 shown here is included in the draft plan. Environment 3.7.1 shown here is included in the draft plan. Staff had provided additional information to the board following the work session. Similarly, Environment 4.6 and its sub-actions are included in the draft plan, and staff had followed up with additional information following the work session. That concludes the list of items that the board provided direction on at the work session. The following are 2 other possible items for board discussion. Should the Board of Supervisors wish to vote on the plan at this meeting, the Planning Commission Working Group, Planning Commission, and staff recommend adoption of the James City County 2045 Comprehensive Plan, Our County, Our Shared Future. In addition, the Planning Commission recommended that the board consider amendments to the language of the 2045 Comprehensive Plan as described in the memo in your packet. Staff would be glad to answer any questions at this time or look to the board for any direction on discussion of the items just covered or other items. Thank you.
Questions?
Can I, let me just suggest 2 other areas that I'd like to maybe discuss for a little bit today, if we have the opportunity. And one would be related to the decision which we had made to change the designation of the Croker Road area, removal from the PSA. Not so much that part, but the designation of the land that is held in the conservation easement by the Historic Lands Conservancy, Historic Virginia Lands Conservancy, where they were concerned about possible implications of changing their designation to one that says open space and recreation in terms of whether that would limit their ability to utilize the land for what seemed to me to be agricultural purposes, even though they do involve potentially some kind of a building that might be there for to display agricultural uses and history and so forth. So maybe they've had a conversation, I think, with Ms. Rosario. Is that right?
Yes, thank you. I was able to connect with Ms. Sadler regarding the properties that they own and have preservation restrictions on. Those preservation restrictions allow a variety of uses ranging from a residential dwelling on one to farm buildings and agricultural and forestal uses, as well as natural resource-based educational, scientific, recreation uses. All of those would be consistent with the open space community character conservation designation that is under consideration for the properties. And so,
Ms. Rosario, could you clarify, please, which Ms. Sadler you were speaking with?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Ms. Patrice Sadler, the Executive Director of the Historic Virginia Lands Conservancy.
So basically, the answer is that nothing that we would be proposing to do here would restrict them from meeting the deed conditions and would still be consistent with the idea of open space recreation designation.
Yes, yes. I would say that, there is one property that does allow alternative energy structures, and there would be, I guess, some additional consideration with respect to the scale of anything like that and where its proximity might be, and that extent, as with any designation throughout the county for land use.
Great. And while you're there, I don't know if you've had any conversation on this, but we've received communication in relation to the Hankins property itself in that area about whether or not they were properly noticed in terms of the recommended action to remove the property from the PSA, and they're concerned that this would perhaps interfere with plans that they have had that include having a developer pay for the extension of the PSA and so forth. Do you have any comment about that?
I do not personally, but I'll invite either Ellen or Paul to come up.
I can just comment to the first part, and then Mr. Holt may want to jump in. Just in terms of notice, the notices were sent to, after the board discussed it in May and decided to move forward, notices were sent at that time.
So they had received notice. I mean, the impression that I think the communication we received was that the owners were entirely unaware. If they were, it was because they didn't open their mail.
I can't comment on that, just
Right,
that we did
obviously
send the
not.
letter. Yeah.
And to the second point of your question, I would recommend that, yes, to the degree the board wants to discuss that item more generically, we would add that as a third bullet to the slide currently up on the screen at this point.
Yeah, and I don't know whether there's interest in discussing it, but we did receive that communication from Mr. Trant representing the property owners.
Yes, and we can, if you want, we can take them one by one.
Yeah.
And that way we can, rather than trying to group them all together, we can just go one by one. I know that I've had a couple of different conversations with several people over there, not only from the 7-Eleven, thinking what, they want to do as far as their addition and their land that they're looking to buy from the church and expand, and that's why. And also the Hankins, and not knowing that they've supposedly secured a right-of-way under the interstate to get water and sewer at their cost. It wouldn't be our cost, at their cost over there. And knowing that we review this every 5 years, we start in 3.5 years, I'm thinking that, with that would give them enough time that if they have something that they can do that with and put that underneath there, we probably ought to leave that in the PSA to see if there's any potential there, and it doesn't bog up 7-Eleven, it doesn't mess up what you were just talking about, and it doesn't mess up the Hankins piece of property. I would think that, because if something's going to be done, it would have to be done within the next 3 or 4 years, or a plan or something brought to us. If they've already gotten to that point and gone through, I would imagine they have to go federal, state, and that's why VDOT and everything else to get a right of way under the interstate. And if they do, and they can tunnel that under there and bring water and sewer over there, because when I owned a house over there in Croker, one of the things I had a difficulty with was the septic, and had to redesign that because of the fact that even though I was in the PSA, I had no water and sewer. Well, if the Hankins property can in turn get water and sewer over to that, it would enhance what the people are having trouble with their septics and wells and that sort of thing down that way, and possibly could tie in as well and be a service to James City County. So I would like to see that stay in the PSA for another 5-year term, and that would give them enough time. And then if we look in 5 years and say, hey, this is something that, is not moving forward, and the 7-Eleven is not moving forward, the Hankins property is not moving forward, anything's not moving forward, then that would give us, the ability then to look at it in 5 years from now. But, I would like to see that stay within the PSA because of the potential that they're able to get water and sewer across that interstate, which we never thought, at the time would happen.
Right.
So if it does happen, and it has the ability to happen in the next 5 years, then that may change what we're looking at. So I would like to see it stay in there for another 5 years, and we're gonna look at it in 5 years goes like that.
Yeah, well, I guess the reason that I brought this up was simply because my understanding was that the reason we removed this area from the PSA was because we didn't see any means by which we were going to finance extension of
And we
water
won't,
sewer.
they will.
Right.
They have to extend all that. So it's not on our plate, has nothing to do with us. If anything happens over there, they have to pay it. They have to extend it. We don't have to do anything. And, my understanding, and I think the board's was that with that piece of property, we didn't think there'd be any way that anybody would get that through. But evidently, I'm hearing that they do have a right of way and they have other hurdles to go over. But, this would give it hadn't hurt anything, it hadn't bothered anything all the years it's been in there. 5 more years down the road is not going to change anything on it. It's already in there and it's what it is. And we could leave it as is and move on.
I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Holt on this. Do we have, obviously that we got part of the PSA that has water and sewer that's on the other side of 64. And how was that accomplished? And is there only one crossing, or can you give us any more detail about what has historically happened in the past?
So just here at first glance, going off of memory, I'm not too familiar with too many other areas on the other side of the interstate that have water and sewer main extensions, but for within Stonehouse.
Stonehouse, is that?
Yes.
Pretty much just Stonehouse is correct.
Yeah, because they built their own to serve their own internal development from scratch when that development first kicked off.
Okay, so that was not connected from inside the PSA on the other side of 64.
No.
So that's another one of those
not that I'm aware of.
developments where it was an internal that JCSA took over, but it's not connected to the rest of the system.
Well, that infrastructure's been there a long time, so never say never. I don't know if it's at some point didn't somebody loop something in, but to the best of my knowledge, Stonehouse started with their own on that side.
They are connected to sewer. Okay.
Yes. I can't sit here and picture where.
And I don't know how I feel about this issue, but I did want to sort of get a sense of it, given the fact that we did receive communication about it.
I'd be fine leaving it in like it is now in the PSA, and it's not going to change anything, and anything that comes to us is going to have to.
Talking about all of the properties or just
Yeah, what's in there right now?
In other words, it would include all of the land conservancy process and everything.
Yep, not bother any of it right now, and look at that, and we can relook at it in 5 years if we decide, hey, nothing's been done, and let's pull it out. But the only way they're going to be able to do anything over there is if they put that across there and they put that connection in for water and sewer, which is a big, I would imagine, number to connect that in and get it under there.
Right.
So
let's put a virtual sticky note on that to come back to that as we continue. Maybe we go through the rest of the.
I was hoping we just do one, get it done, do another, get it done without getting all.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know that people are ready to make a determination about it at this point. That's the only reason I'm asking about that.
Okay, so what will we do? Go through all these and then come back? Because it's going to be hard to keep them.
Yes.
Tracking.
That's right. I think that was added to the end of the list of discussion items. So I would say it was tagged on to the end. We're gonna go through the other items that were listed by Ms.
Well, the only reason I went over because you brought it up. You brought
Right.
that section up.
Right.
So that's the reason I went over it. It wasn't let's start with the bottom and work to the top.
I understand. I agree. All I'm saying is that I think we probably need to have a discussion about it as opposed to just making a decision right now.
Are we not having a discussion now? I mean, I'm
Okay.
confused what you're looking for. Because I thought we were going to take each one by one and vote on them and do them. And now we're thinking we're going to take them all as a group and then come back and try to remember everything we said and vote on those.
No, I think I introduced an issue that was not on the list. for consideration, and just wanted to get a quick answer to a couple of questions about it, and then we'll come back and make a determination about what we want to do. I think you've indicated that what you'd like to do is to leave things as they are, right? Okay. And
Should we finish the discussion on this one and then
That's what I was
move
thinking.
ahead, or is this decision predicated on some other decisions? That's,
Well, one of my concerns right now is that we're talking about, at the request of one parcel owner that wants to put this over there, whether or not we put all of it back in the PSA, or whether we put just that parcel or some part of it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As opposed, because I'm not totally sure that it is necessary to have the conservancy part or the golf course or all that, which is, there are places over there that are listed as, mixed use that we had indicated that, not sure whether they want to develop at that point, or whether they would want to put it back in at a later time if they did.
Well, we'd handle that as it came up. I mean, that wouldn't be anything that, it's in there now. And we talked about taking it out, but it's in there, and we're not changing anything if we just leave it as is.
So the map that's currently in front of you, Ellen, correct me if I'm wrong, is how it currently exists in the adopted 2034 comprehensive plan land use map. So, conceivably, if you were to say you didn't want to touch it and just sort of leave it as is, it would go back to what is shown on the screen in front of you, with the red line being the PSA line. And then you've got some mixed use designations there on the south side of Croker Road. And then on the other side of Croker Road, again, where the previously referenced 7-Eleven is, on the other side, you have a mix of some low density residential properties and also some neighborhood commercial.
Which is the one that would be getting the sewer and being proposed, the closest one to the interstate on the other side?
So I think the reference to Hankins properties were the ones here on this side of the road.
Right there.
Yes.
Down below, just a little lower, the one that's right along the edge of the.
Yeah, that one too.
That one right there.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're talking about just one single piece or the whole piece as a whole. Because I would think if they're looking at it and running underneath the interstate and putting that expense in there, they would be looking at the whole piece as a whole, not just a portion. And,
Two of them are conservancy held pieces.
yeah, and the conservancy could, that'd be a possibility if they want to do something later in there with theirs, they could.
The other one is the Kiskiak Golf Course.
Right.
And remember too, extension of public water and sewer facilities is an SUP, so that the board would see such a request later.
And anything else that went on beyond that, it would have to all come back to us. It's not anything that they can put in tomorrow and just say, I'm putting in the heck with it. It's going to come back to us, go through the SUP process, and then anything that they want to do over there is going to come back to us as far as that process as well.
There is going to be some by right development potential, and there's some, previously adopted legislative plans from many, many years ago.
Right.
is there a way to just do the 8220 Croker Road? Or do you have to go grab all this other too, or what would be your recommendation?
My recommendation would be what would the board like to do. It's a little bit difficult if you jump over a property.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah.
so, the idea of keeping it contiguous to where the board wants it would be a good place to start thinking about it.
Not to answer that question, but just as a reminder, the conservancy parcels are this one and this one, those two.
And then the one that's sort of in between those two parcels is the golf course? Yeah.
Correct.
So the Hankins property is the one that's just this piece right here.
Yeah, this is the one that the
8220.
board had approved
Right.
SUP on most recently for recovery facility.
What's the little small piece in there?
Right there.
I believe that's a piece of the Hankins property as well. There might be the houses on that one.
Probably the house site.
That's one out.
Well, I guess my inclination would be to leave it alone for the 5 years. But, you know, again, I became aware of this yesterday afternoon, or I think it was that, I guess it was Friday that we received this at 5:30. I don't know. Everybody else
I'm
feels
okay
about
with
that.
leaving it in.
Me too. I'll make a motion, we leave it in.
And again, just so we're clear, so we know what to do as a matter of the resolution, the minutes, and in the publication, by leave it in, the clarity in the motion is you would leave it as it's currently shown on the screen in front of you, which is really no change from the currently adopted comprehensive plan.
Right.
I guess I would say 82-20, but
Do you have objection to leaving the 82-20 in there as opposed to everything else?
Well, it's if we leave it as is, we don't have to change anything.
Correct.
We just leave it as is, like it is. We're talking 5 years. You know, 5 years is going to go by in a snap. And seems like it goes by quicker every day. But I would leave it as it is right now, and as it's drawn, we don't have to change anything, and continue like, you know, it was 2 years ago. So that's my motion.
Okay.
Leave it as is. That give you?
All of that low density residential with 7-Eleven, all of that, everything would still remain inside the PSA.
Yep.
That's my understanding from the motion. We may want to do a straw vote.
Understand the motion, so.
Is would help us.
They'll have to get that, you know, they try to get that across there. All right, motion on the floor, roll call, please. Oh,
Just to, again, have that clarity, the language would go back into mixed use in this manner shown here. So there's some slight revisions to how it had been in there. If you'd like to review that, it's available there.
And that's Ellen, to be clear, that's the piece in the blue at the very bottom for the southeast quadrant.
That would have been what was taken out if this were to be rural lands. And so if it's to be mixed use, presumably if the board was okay with it, that would be shown in the mixed use designation description for.
it's existing mixed use. Existing use as of today before this is what we're trying to get to.
The previous comp plan.
Yeah, this language had been revised somewhat as compared to what was in the 2035 language. There's a reference to community character conservation, open space, and recreation for those conservancy parcels. So we would need to do some amendment to that language if there was not the board's desire for those two conservancy parcels to go to community character conservation, open space, and recreation. We need to do a little bit of editing to the language there.
I would think that in order to make sure we get all of this correct, that what we do is we ought to let staff tweak the language and bring it back to us so we can all look at it beforehand and make sure that that we're not missing anything on this. And then entertain your motion at the next meeting. That's okay.
And I am interested in those, I don't mind the language for the pieces that belong to the Conservancy.
As we sit right now today, what does that do to the conservancy that owns that property? That doesn't change anything.
So let me make sure I understand the motion. Jason, if you wouldn't mind putting the map back up. So if I understand the motion would be to not make any changes to the comprehensive plan or to the future land use map for this side of the interstate. Right. In which case the amended text that was just shown on the screen wouldn't be applicable because you're saying don't include any changes.
Right.
And the land use designations would be that as shown on the screen, which means the two land conservancy parcels would stay as they are, which is mixed use. That's my understanding of the motion.
And if they wanted to do something different, they could bring that before us.
Then when we get into the next comprehensive plan,
Right.
that could be an applicant requested
Right.
change or included at that
Is it
time.
possible to leave the primary service area the way it is, leave the Hankins property as mixed use, and change the two conservancy parcels to a new designation, as opposed to mixed use?
Yes, because I think there was some consideration that new designation could occur inside the PSA.
Yes. Michael, that's what I'm driving at is if you give them a little bit of time to basically tweak this, because I would support you, but I want to make sure that we protect, that we don't inadvertently not protect the conservancy parcels and give them the flexibility to do what they need to with that. So if you could, you could leave the PSA the way it is, and just have them direct the changes to those two parcels for the conservancy to a different category, land use. Then they could bring that back to us, and we could vote on it. I could gladly support something like that.
All right.
So you want to amend the motion, right? To see if, to have staff come back with some language for the two land.
There would really be two elements. One, if you wanted to see some amended language, and two, if you wanted us to change the designation on the land conservancy parcels to the designation other than mixed use.
And the land conservancy that owns these properties wants that change.
They want to be able to, I don't
want to pin them into something either.
Right.
That they can't later down the road help their cause by maybe adding something to that piece.
She sent us something.
Right.
I don't want to box them in either. Because if we do, that might cause them issues later. Right now, they can do more than they could by changing it.
If you let staff go back and try to work this, then they have an opportunity to comment before we can come back into session and consider it.
It says the HBLC's desire is to alter the zoning recommendation made by planning from open space parks rather to
rural lands.
Uh-huh. That's what we received.
Which is not their
from her.
current zoning.
Right.
So
their zoning now is what, mixed use?
That's the future land use map designation.
But they own those two properties outright.
I would need to check that to see if they have an easement interest or do they own them outright.
Because that would change maybe something if they own those two outright?
They do. They do. And
So-
there are restrictions on the property as well.
Right, so there's, even with this being zoned like it is right now, you can't put mixed use on those two properties.
Well,
Because-
let's, just to clarify, the zoning for at least the front portion, I believe the other portion as well, is both M1 and A1. But what we're talking about today are the designations. And so, those are currently designated mixed use, and you're entertaining changing it to community
lands.
character conservation or rural lands. But we haven't discussed it being rural lands throughout this process. So, that would be something else for us to consider.
But they still, they still wouldn't be able to do a mixed use in there because of how
Correct.
they're set up right now, like it is.
Right.
So it wouldn't change anything as far as what they want to do. They could still do their stuff that they want to do and protect the land and take care of it. And it wouldn't change anything with what we're talking about here today, as far as even if we left it like it is. It's just changing it that's gonna cause them an issue to what we were gonna change it to, which caused them the problem. Am I correct on that?
So it's interesting. I think Mr. Rosario started out by saying that as far as the comp plan designation goes, it wouldn't pose a conflict. But at the end of the day, remember, you've still got zoning underneath. So for the M1 piece, if they wanted to pursue some agricultural-based activity consistent with the easement, if those actual uses that they wanted to put onto the ground, those at the end of the day still need to be consistent with the zoning.
So they
And you're not
wouldn't be able
talking
to-
about zoning today. You're not talking about an M1 zoning, which is a light industrial office type zoning, or A1, which is the agricultural. So
So
it
they-
really depends what they would want to do and where that zoning line falls into place. But that's not what you're considering today.
Right. And that could be taken care of later.
Sure. Yes.
So what we're considering today is basically putting that PSA line, leaving it just like it is. And then we can adjust the zoning on those two parcels.
Those are always separate applications.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So we could work with the Land Conservancy after we do this and say, hey, look, what is the zoning you want? And we could hear that and change that zoning so it fits what their master plan would be.
Michael, if I can ask a question, I think I'm getting confused with when you're saying zoning. What I'm talking about here is mixed use here is not a zoning. This is a comprehensive plan land use.
Correct.
And so the zoning is A1 and M1 on those two pieces. What I'm saying is that rather than leaving the comprehensive plan land use as mixed use for those two parcels, is to see if staff can come up with something that would be acceptable to the conservation group, that would reflect what they want to be able to do with those parcels, given the restrictions that are already on it. And because if you don't change the land use now, you're still not changing the zoning, but if you don't change the land use now, it's still going to be left as mixed use, and I think it creates more of a problem for them in the long run. But I would like to see what they have to say about the options, what they would prefer, because I don't want to do something on the fly here that, without them having the opportunity to sit and address it, that might adversely affect them in the long term. And I don't think it's. I think we ought to let staff look at it and tell us, here's what their recommendation would be to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, so we're good with leaving the PSA, but we want staff to look at those two parcels and get with them and see what we could do as far as how they may want to use those properties. Is that what I'm hearing? So we don't need a motion on that.
Sadly.
But we don't need a motion on that. I can rescind my motion if we can agree that the PSA will stay there, and we're just looking on this parcel to address those two pieces. And staff will come back to us at the next meeting and say, these are what those two pieces and how they'll work with what the Land Conservancy is looking to do on those two parcels. Is that what I'm hearing?
So again, let me restate again, if you are, again, it just really helps, we got a team over here just keeping really good detailed track, because there's a lot to get through this afternoon.
There is.
So the direction from the board is that you've rescinded your motion, so that's no longer on the floor, and you're directing staff to reach out to the Land Conservancy on their two parcels that they have an interest in, and bring back a recommendation on what the best fit may be.
For the best fit, considering that it would be inside the PSA.
And then we may revisit with you at the end of the discussion tonight, whether that's in 2 weeks or 30 days, will sort of ultimately depend on how, certainly the rest of the conversation goes and how much homework you may give to us or not collectively.
All right. All right, that moves that one.
We'll pull our list back up.
Yeah. All right, I want to start with the top and go through? Sure. Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Sadler, did you have anything to add to that?
No, it's hard for me because the maps were delayed with the timing of everything, but I'm good. I'm good with your discussion. Thank you.
Okay. All right, next we're looking at Moortown Road. And I'll lead the discussion off on Moortown Road. I feel very strongly we need to leave Moortown Road in this project, not only as a emergency road, but another way to get through there. Living up that way, it's getting tighter and tighter to get through Lightfoot. And the more we get development, which is going to be more, they're already looking at 900 more homes in York County over there. We've got all the homes that are in there, and it's clogging Lightfoot up terrible. Now, this is not a project we're going to fund or anything else, but I think by taking it out of the thing, it definitely, out of our comp plan, it definitely says we're not going to do this, period. And I think we need another way to get around Route 60 than just Route 60. And this would help us get around Route 60. And I've heard that the thought of, well, if you build it, they'll come. Well, the problem is if we took that attitude with HR TAC and we waited on the interstate, we'd still be sitting in traffic. They came and we didn't have a damn road. Oops, we didn't have a road. But now we have a road, and now we're gonna, same thing with the tunnel. Waited and they waited and they waited and they waited, and they waited way too long to get a tunnel in there. We're gonna have a tunnel by 2025 that's gonna service our area and allow us to get to Virginia Beach. Development's gonna come one way or the other. You try to plan it and make sure it's in the right fit and make sure everything fits right and there's enough commercial and that sort of thing. But Moortown Road is more about getting through and around 60 and Lightfoot than anything else to me. And driving there daily and constantly, it's getting more and more and more congested. I mean, you'll go sometimes on a Saturday and you'll be past the Pottery waiting on the Lightfoot light to get through. And that's crazy. And that's without everybody in those apartments that are in there and all the 900 and some homes they're thinking about putting over there. And when all that comes, Lightfoot's going to be totally jammed up. It's not our fault. It's not our issue, and I'm not blaming York County on anything. I'm just saying they're building quite a bit up here, and we've got to start planning for this. And this is something that, once again, it's going to be looked at as something that will be developed as whatever's developed over that area. And talked to several people, and if you have an access or way in and out of something, and something gets developed, you have a better chance of getting a better development than when you have nothing and somebody tries to develop it and put in a cul-de-sac and stop this, and you can't get around, you can't get in. And a cul-de-sac, you're going in and turn around and come back. It's not changing anything on traffic flow. It's still putting it right back out on old 646 in order to get to 199 or 60. And, Lightfoot Road can't carry what it's got now, and it's definitely not going to carry any more. And there's more going to be put on it. So I think the Moortown Road should be in our comp plan. Doesn't mean we're going to build it. It should be in there as a placeholder of a possibility as years go on. That's my 2 cents.
Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in, since that is part
Yes,
of my
ma'am.
district up that way. Thank you. I would concur, as the person who sits on Richmond Road frequently trying to get through that area, it's already, as you put it, jammed up. And if to have a placeholder there for the future for potential evacuation route, I think is critical. And to your point, sorry, I'm struggling today. The notion that if you build it, they will come. Well, I'm sorry, they're already here because they're our neighbors. God bless them. They're already building it. It's already jamming us up. And I think we need to be able to have access to be able to get from point A to point B, take some of that off of Richmond Road, and have a plan for the future, plan ahead so that we can make adjustments as need be, because it's already tight through there. So, and I'll tell you, just I think I've shared with several of you, just trying to get from my house, you can't get on the interstate on the weekends because it is what it is. But to get from where I am in Stonehouse, just to get over maybe to Lowe's or Home Depot, just to try to get up Richmond Road, I've been backed up all the way to James River Equipment, sitting through lights, trying to get through. So I think it would be best for our citizens and for emergency purposes and for good planning purposes that we keep this as a placeholder in our comprehensive plan. Thanks. I'm going to go clear my throat. Sorry.
Thank you. All right. Other members, y'all's feelings?
Well, I still don't see the purpose that's served by this. I don't see how it solves a problem. We're talking about putting this road back into the comprehensive plan, and it's not realistic to assume it would be built anytime in the next several decades. It is certainly not the kind of priority that would rise up. That we've already seen that we have a significant portion of the property that would be served by this land is now in a solar farm for the next 30 years. I just keep coming to the point that where is the traffic going to come? It's going to come out onto Croker Road, and it's going to have to go to Richmond Road, or it's going to have to go to the interstate. And there are plenty of ways to get onto the interstate or to get into town in the area already. I know it's backed up in many instances, but I don't see how this relieves that pressure. It just seems like a road that is designed to encourage a more intensive use and to exacerbate the situation rather than improve it.
And I'll grab a comment on that. I understand somewhat of what you're saying, but if I have a choice to go down Rochambeau or 60 on a Saturday, going from Lowe's back to my place, I'm going to go Rochambeau. But when you get on Rochambeau, you may end up being a quarter mile back trying to get onto Croker Road right now with a light. So to have another way to go to get out of the congestion would be a lot better than not having the ability to get out of that area.
But isn't that just going to put more traffic onto Croker Road?
No, it's going to be the same amount. It just gives you a different way to go to get out quicker.
I guess I don't understand that. If you're providing an alternative to Richmond Road, then there's going to have to be some place that traffic goes. It seems that if they're going to be wanting to move westward on Richmond Road, then they're going to have to go down Croker Road, and that's going to create just a greater issue than you currently experience.
Well,
when you go down Rochambeau.
The best thing about it is Croker Road's getting ready to be widened, so we'll have a lot of pressure off of that road as far as being able to go down. Instead of 2 lanes, you're going down 4 lanes, 2 each way. So you're alleviating that congestion. That's what we're doing right now with that.
It seems to me if you continue down Rochambeau, you're going to get to a road that can handle more traffic than it currently is handling, and that may be a better solution than building a new road through Moortown, through that property, extending Moortown.
I guess you'd have to drive it daily to really feel the impact of that area and what it does. And by doing that, I see what happens and what goes on down there. And for the residents down there, how you get through it. Now, it's not going to be something that's going to be built tomorrow. And, you know, once again, it's a placeholder for a possibility of another way to alleviate some traffic. And it was even talked about in one of the studies is an emergency access for different events. So, you know, it wasn't just an access road, and it wasn't for just development or whatever might happen in there. It was another emergency exit route, as it was spelled out in one of our documents I read. So just my thoughts.
Right, again, I don't see it as particularly serving that purpose where there are other alternatives available, especially, you know, Rochambeau, which is not as heavily traveled, 199, which takes you onto the interstate or into town. But, you know, I think we're just going to disagree on that.
Yeah, because Rochambeau is heavily traveled.
Well, again, if I could jump in, as someone who travels that frequently as well, it gives you an option to diffuse that traffic. It gives people an option to go different directions, and it can split things off. We've got to have something to open things up in there. And agreed, it's a. It was, I do recall staff confirming that it is one of the potentials is for an evacuation route. And also with the widening of Croker Road, that helps to open that up as well. So there's not too many ways going from where we all live up this end. You either get on Richmond Road or you get on the interstate. And right now, the options are pretty limited. So where I am, you've got to go up 30 to 60 to get anywhere.
Yes, ma'am. Oh. Jim, you have anything to add on that?
John said it fairly well for me.
Guess you gotta live up there.
Well, you know, we all spend a fair amount of time driving the county's roads and understand the impact of development.
I'm actually, it was a no on this. I'm going to be a yes this time because of the development that is happening up there that there is no answer for. Absolutely none coming from I'm not going to be as nice as the other people have been about our partners next door because there's no plan that I have seen. I've asked for us to have discussions with them about how they're going to handle the traffic. I haven't heard anything. But what I would like to see moving forward is that this, you know, we know this is not going to happen in 5 years. So before the next comp plan, I would like to see us work together with York to see if there's a way that we can get some of the pressure off of up on James City County. So if there might be an alternative because of the fear of increased development, et cetera, then that I don't know that I'll be sitting here in 5 years. So please don't anyone think I'm being presumptuous, but to see that there are other alternatives moving forward. So I'll just put it out there.
All right. Well,
thank you, Ms. Larson. And I had spoken with Mr. Stevens as well. I think there was attempted to have some communication with neighboring locality. And you brought up a good point before about different localities in the state who are bordering localities and how they handle this traffic dump if one builds and the other one ends up having to carry the load for transportation. So thank you for pointing that out and bringing that up. And I look forward to some more discussions with our neighbors to find out how they might be willing to participate in that. So thank you.
All right, I'll bring a motion on the floor that we go ahead and keep Moortown Road in the comp plan.
And so again, if you wouldn't mind, if I may just make sure we're really clear on the motion from the staff point of view. So there would really be 3 components to putting it back in to the plan. That would be depiction of the roadway on the future land use map as a proposed roadway. There would be a text update to include the corridor vision paragraph that's included in the screen there. I think that was shared earlier with special note that really talks about the roadway being privately funded. And of course, table T4 in our transportation chapter lists out all of the roadway improvements for the county. Again, for consistency and to make sure we have everything in that table, we would update that table as well to include these, including
Can I ask that in that table what the funding source and project cost would be?
Again, to be in that table, to be consistent with the corridor vision, it would be shown as privately funded, and the latest update, I think we had a TBD. We just don't know the project cost at this point. Because if you remember, there were 3 different corridors as part of the adopted corridor study, with the idea that ultimately the corridor would depend on what the master plan would be. And so there's a pretty big range in there, as you can imagine. There are 3 distinct corridors. So we would probably, for project costs, leave that in as TBD, show it as private funding.
All right, we'll add that to the motion and a motion on the floor. Roll call, please, sir.
Mr. McGlinnan?
No.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
No.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, let's see. Rural lands policy, we're going to move this forward, language as draft.
And it may be that the board doesn't need to revisit everyone. It's, we just had the full list up there,
Right.
right? It really is up
I just
to
didn't
you
know, I didn't
also.
want to leave anything out.
Yep.
Somebody may want to discuss, okay? All right, is there any on here that somebody wants to discuss as we go down? So we don't miss anything and I don't go over anything. Economic opportunity, land use designation, or with the language, you go with that. Future land use maps considerations, Colonial Heritage and Richmond Road, recommended. Good. All right, Kirker Road interchange with PSA adjustment, rural lands, board directed land use change move forward.
So we're going to come back to that one.
Okay. All right, parcel across from Windsor Mead Marketplace. I know, Jim, you had some thoughts on that? Correct?
Yeah, I have, I've spoken to some of the folks who are representing the property owners there, and willing to go back and leave it back as a neighborhood commercial, but I made it very clear that one of the problems we have with those particular pieces of property are the intensity of uses that were consistently being proposed, that were just inconsistent with what we were willing to accept as a board and as a community. It's a challenging piece. The access onto 199, or not onto Monticello, is really a difficult part. But I made sure that I would express my concerns that they bring something not as intensive a use if they want to develop that under neighborhood commercial. We have to evaluate that obviously on a case-by-case basis. But I'll make a motion to leave it back as it was as a neighborhood commercial.
I just wanted to say that so I think that I appreciate the fact that you had the conversation. And I know that we've heard a lot, there's a lot of traffic on Monticello, which I think Monticello was designed to have a lot of traffic. We've just grown. But if we don't put something there, which I voted to pull it out, so I'm not, but we do push it out. I mean, it is good that it's there. It's close in to something that's already there. And, you know, sometimes we forget that people don't have vehicles, et cetera. But, you know, I think that the hard part is that if they bring something to us and there's a cost to the landowner on that, and then we're always going to turn it down. So, I mean, are they willing to continue to talk with you prior to?
That was what my hope was, because I said, you know, understand that if we leave it neighborhood commercial and you continue bringing back things that are too intensive from a development standpoint or traffic or the impacts that we are looking at, that you're still going to get the board most likely saying no to you. I know I would. So I think you know, for those 4 parcels are not developed, and I guess one of them, one or even both of the others that have structures on them, would be for sale. So And it would only be accessible from, if you were residential, from the Ironbound side. But after discussing it with him, I've made the case that I think we as a board have been concerned about. And I think that they understand that that's what the face going, challenging piece of property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to support retaining the current zoning simply because I just don't think that it would improve anything about the traffic situation on Monticello at this point. And I think it is a parcel that could lend itself to the potential development for some housing that would be affordable and would utilize the back exit off the road as opposed to utilizing Monticello. So,
Sue?
No, I supported keeping it neighborhood commercial before, and I still support that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor from Jim. Would roll call, please?
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
no.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And Mr. Eisenhower, to be clear, that was for all four parcels?
All four parcels.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on our list.
So really that takes care of slide 2. Slides 3 and 4, we're happy to take as you all would like. You see the recommendations there. Slides 3 and 4
Can
really
we-
represent.
Can we go back to the
GSAs.
LU 2 and 3? I mean, have we, are those
I haven't
later?
gotten to those. That
You
we
haven't got
had
to them,
we
okay.
had those on
Then-
slide 5.
I thought you had already skipped over them.
No,
so go ahead.
no. So really, slides 3 and 4 are the GSA language. And you'll see the board's previous direction provided there.
So should I just kick off the conversation? Okay. So this has really bothered me. This entire conversation since this started, because we live in a place that is so important to history. We're surrounded by water. We're surrounded by one of the most historic water bodies of water in our nation. And I feel like this is taken a political turn with some of this that we've been dealing with, and so, and I am in no way want to make it political, knowing that some of it very well may be, just that's the way of our nation these days. I think for me, on the very first one, investigate carbon sequestration approaches as may be permitted by state code. I want to understand how we're going to do that as a county. I don't want to just do something that sounds good. I want to know, do we have the staff to do that right now? Is this going to be an unfunded mandate because that's what it seems like. We're going to put this in and we're going to have an unfunded mandate because we don't know what it means. Or we know what it means, but we're not really set up that way to do that. So I'm okay. I noticed there was some language added until directed by the Commonwealth to implement such no action shall be taken. Is there other language that we might be able to add to that we can explore? This is something, because what I would like to see us do as a board, frankly, is work on an environmental. We've never worked on an environmental piece really, that where we are as a county, and now we're, and then to be 100%, this wasn't something that came from. Well, though, let me be careful. We did receive a note today that climate change and the environment is very important to our citizenry. But this was something that someone from the Planning Commission came with and added. And so I just want to be very careful. So I'd like to see some language on that one that we might all agree with. So I'll start there.
So can I jump in on that then and say, on this particular one, I went and looked at Code Section 15.24901. It's a very broad statement about the things that local governments can do. And I don't really think it provides much guidance in terms of exactly going after the question of carbon sequestration. I think there are other things later on that may help to address the question that you're raising, Ms. Larson, which is, I agree with that what we need to do is to recognize what our abilities are, what our limitations are. I'm uncomfortable with language that says until the state directs us to do something, because the state often doesn't direct us to do anything on lots of things, but we still have to deal with the consequences of that. And so they don't tell us necessarily what to think about solar farms, but we get applications for solar farms. They're not directing us to do it, but we have to make a decision about them and matters of that kind. So I do think that this particular GSA is probably something that we don't need to have in the comprehensive plan. I think there are lots of very good things in it, but that's one that I think I would take out. If you look at, we start off with the 1.1.17. There, as I look at that, it also seems to me that there's a kind of way in which, we probably could all agree on something that takes into account most of that language, but drops out some. And so it would, if we look at it, just continue to develop watershed management plans for the remaining county watersheds, and to update existing watershed management plans that identify environmentally sensitive areas and specific protection, restoration and retrofit recommendations. And then, if we sort of put a period there, we already know we do the management studies. We're going to be spending money on consultants who are going to be helping us deal with those things. And I would take out the next portion of it, which says explore the inclusion of ecosystem services considerations and because I don't know what that is. and I just take that out, and then I'd pick up again with evaluation of climate change related precipitation. I would just say something along the lines of these studies should take into account the impact that changing precipitation events are having on our watersheds, just as another one of the goals that we would have for every time we undertake one of these studies. And I think that gets at, what are we already doing? How can we do it a little bit better to take into account the fact that there are more frequent 100-year storms than every 100 years, and just kind of leave it at that. So that would be one.
Mr. McGlynn, could you, all right, so you're on 1.17, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, could you, all right, so I was.
So I would say, right, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. It's such a delay. I apologize. I'm trying to track what, excuse me, with what you were saying there. Okay.
So
you're saying continue to develop the watershed management plans for the remaining of the county watersheds.
Right.
And to update existing watershed management plans that identify environmentally sensitive areas, specific protection, restoration, and retrofit recommendations. Is that what you're saying? Leave that?
Yes, and then put a period there. And then pick it up.
I agree.
Yep. Put a period there and then strike out the next phrase.
For the inclusion of ecosystem services and evaluation of climate. Strike, okay. Strike out the next.
And then basically have
all the way to where it says the management plans.
Basically just have a sentence, maybe take that out that whole section there and replace it with a sentence that simply says, include in those studies an evaluation of the impact of changing precipitation events on the watershed.
I'm good with that.
Or major storm occurrences or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, whatever language makes most sense.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think keeping it as simple as possible is the best route to go. Because then we, like you were saying, we start getting into areas that, what are the answers? Can we back up to what you were saying about carbon sequestration? Is that the 3.7.1?
That's
We're
correct.
striking that.
That's coming
There's a
out.
motion to strike that.
That's coming
To
out.
strike 3.7.1?
Yep.
That's coming out, okay.
Maybe
All
we
right,
should.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to,
Maybe we should.
I'm trying to follow with the dilemma here, I
Just to
apologize.
strike these two. I mean, not
Yeah,
to
let's
strike.
let's do these two and then we'll continue.
Okay.
So
So I'll make a motion to strike GSA Environment 3.7.1,
okay,
and
yeah.
then I'll make a motion.
You wanna do that one?
Do them separate?
Yeah, let's do them separate.
Okay.
Okay, we've got that one. A motion, roll call.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, now the next one is the changes that John had on.
Make the motion as with the changes Supervisor McGlinnan.
So can I read it back to you?
Sure.
Make
No.
sure, make sure I'm writing as fast as I'm hearing. That for GSA Environment 1.17, the first sentence stays the same. The second sentence gets deleted and is replaced with a sentence that says, include in those studies a study of the change in precipitation events in the watershed.
Yeah, maybe an evaluation of the change, something like that, whatever.
Include in those studies an evaluation of the change in precipitation events in that watershed, in the watershed.
Evaluation of the impact of change in precipitation events, right?
Okay.
Okay. And
I made my motion.
made the
Oh,
motion?
no, I didn't. I'm sorry. Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
you did.
Yeah.
I was reading it back.
Yeah.
yeah, okay, we have a
Just want to
motion.
verify that's consistent.
So
with
the motion is what Paul just read.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, roll call.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, that one moves on.
Okay, right. So if we look at the next one, that's GSA 4.5, Environment 4.5. Investigate amending county ordinances to allow or encourage appropriate energy production and conservation technologies in residential areas, i.e. rain barrels, cisterns, residential-sized wind turbines, solar panels, etc. So with this one, again, I guess my sense would be that we already kind of, in our subdivision development proposals, encourage the utilization of water conservation practices. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Holt?
We do. So certainly things like rain barrels and solar panels are already accounted for in the current
right.
ordinances.
And so then where we had some controversy because of people's reservations about new technologies and so forth was in the area of wind turbines, residential scaled wind turbines and solar panels, which I think solar panels are permitted already.
They are.
I hope so. My neighbors are getting some today.
They're getting all over. Yes, they are permitted with the electrical.
Right.
That's
And
what they're doing.
Wind turbines on the residential scale is something that we're not really seeing. Would people be able to do that currently?
So that's a really interesting question. I can't sit here and tell you that that's really kind of come up in any big fashion. And certainly the this GSA is a little bit more proactive in its wording to say that when we go in next and update all of the ordinances, that such ordinance would, as I read it, sort of proactively encourage those in residential areas. So I don't know that I've got a good answer for you today. Certainly in each zoning district, there are height limits. Residential, that's going to be mostly 35 feet. You know, some of the multifamily residential will get you up to 60, mixed use is 60, those types of things. But that we haven't just had a full conversation on that at the staff level. I can't think of anywhere in the county where this has happened yet.
Right, right. So maybe the thing to do is to drop the examples in this particular instance. Because, you know, in some sense, I'm reluctant to put things in here that we already allow, as if we have to come back and redetermine that. And I'd sort of link this to the next one, which says investigate ways to amend the county ordinances to address alternative energy production and to amend ordinances or to include SUP conditions that protect and enhance natural resources on alternative energy production sites. And then the next one, I think, talks about it in terms of protecting rural character and so forth. So the basic point I'd make here is that what we ought to be saying is not really to get into a debate over particular energy uses or water conservation uses, but rather to say what we want to try to do is to be prepared for addressing questions like what do we do about residential wind turbines? Is there a benefit to a certain carbon sequestration process that's being proposed in the county? We want to be able to say that we are gathering information that will allow us to make informed choices, which I know the planning staff always is doing when we have unusual cases, new technologies emerging, and we're trying to figure out what to do about it. That's really what I think is the objective here, but it's kind of, you know, pushing us into a more polarized kind of
Can you write something up real quick that does all three of these?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can, but I think certainly by the next.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I will tell you of these examples, and I agree. I think why invent the wheel if we're already doing certain things and we're already encouraged certain things? Why put it in there? It's already there. The biggest issue that I heard from citizens about were windmills. They don't want to see windmills in open areas. They don't want to see them along the James River, and they don't want to see them in neighborhoods. So my only concern about leaving something kind of open-ended like that is that it's not addressing the citizens' concerns with that particular item. I think in terms of protecting our natural areas, and nobody has a problem with that. I think if you're going to protect a natural area, having to look at a windmill that goes to the treetops is not something, with the vistas and everything else that we cherish here, is something that people are interested in, the ones I have heard from. We have, I'm with you, I've got friends who are investigating solar and the whole 9 yards. I don't have a problem with that. It's these windmills and what they bring to our area that I think most people that I've heard from are very concerned about. And I don't think that's a political issue. I just think people don't want to look at the stupid things, quote unquote, what I just heard from a citizen.
Right. So I think what we might want to do in terms of the goals and strategies going forward is simply to say that what we want to do is to prepare ourselves to address issues of this kind, so that we have thoroughly understood the impact and recognize what we need to do in order to protect viewsheds, natural resources, water quality, things like that, as opposed to saying, that we want to adopt a proposal that's going to put windmills everywhere. I don't think that's really what the intention would be. It's really more of saying we are going to see these technologies coming at us, and we need to be prepared to understand the impact that they'll have and to respond to that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I think if
to me,
I think going in that same direction, if we take GSA Environmental 4.5 and leave everything up to the IE rain barrels and spelling, just take that out. And then on GSA Environmental 4.6, leave that all in because it talks about the protection and the different energy products and what's coming about. So we know in SUP conditions that may be part of that protect enhance. And then we could scratch land use 1.6 because it's basically saying the same two as the two above it. And that would leave us open that if anything comes in environmentally or new energy products or that conserve technologies in order for residential use. And that's why the two up there, I think, do everything. The land use one, I don't think does anything more than says what the other two above us say and what you're trying to get at.
Yeah. The only thing about the land use one that I really like is language that says, let's see.
Emerging technologies?
No, solar farms, carbon, and other emerging technologies in the renewable energy industry with the intention of protecting the county's unique rural character, preserving natural resources, and mitigating impacts on neighboring properties. I think that's important
Well,
language.
couldn't we just take that little section out and put it with the other ones?
How about we leave that in there but put explore emerging technologies and the rest of it?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll just go see where it's go explore, and then we'll take emerging technologies. That'll cover everything.
Right.
That's coming our way.
Yeah.
In the renewable energy industry with the intent to protect the county's unique rural character, preserve natural resources, and mitigate impact on neighboring properties. So we just go
So if
from.
I could jump in there, the issue I have, the only thing that I'm concerned about when we keep adding explore, that means we pay for it. It's my understanding right now, the state is still doing studies on carbon sequestration, and I don't think, the last I heard, they haven't even reported back to the GA what they have even found on it. So
maybe that's where we put his language of be prepared to be prepared instead of explore.
Well, let me ask a question, because this is, we've come back to this many times, and I would like to ask staff, what in the comprehensive plan, is there any language anywhere in the comprehensive plan that compels us to commit funds to anything?
Committing funds to something is always a function of specific board action, whether it be.
And that's my point.
The budget process.
That's my point. This is a vision document. There are a lot of things that we would like to do. We don't, when we get down to taking actions, we have restricted or limited funds. We don't do all of them. I think the idea that if we put something in there like that, we may explore it by doing a literature research. We may, put a little bit of staff time on it. We may decide that as a board, we want to put a major effort onto it and dedicate hundreds of thousands of dollars to it. But that's a decision that gets made at a later time. So I'm not at all adverse to the word explore. I think it ultimately will be a decision of the board as to what level of activity or financing that we would want to put into one of these things as we go forward. So,
well, let's go with the explore emerging technologies.
I'm fine with explore emerging technologies. Okay. I think that works very well.
Let's do that and take everything out in between explore and emerging technologies, and that would be our. So we do explore emerging technologies in the renewable energy industry with the intent to protect the county's unique rural character, preserve natural resources, and mitigate impact on neighboring properties. And that covers it.
And then you're saying that middle section, rather than getting specific, you're just saying explore emerging technology.
One other question I
Keep
would
it
like.
generic.
So do we want to, while we got that fresh in our mind, make a motion on that one? And
Well, don't we have to do for GSA
we'll just do
4.5, 4.6?
We'll do those two, but since we've got this one.
Well, and I was clear with you as well on 4.5. It seemed like there was consensus to just delete everything within the parentheses.
Yep.
If that's still the case, you could maybe do those two. I would like to sort of solidify those and then maybe come back to 4.6. It sounds like there's a little bit something different.
All right, can I have a motion then on 4.5 to take out everything in the parentheses and vote on that?
So moved.
So moved. We have a motion on the floor. Roll call, please, sir.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion
All
carries.
right, now on GSA Land Use 1.6, we'll go from explore to emerging technology. We'll take out what's in between that. And I read it once, so
Yep,
so
we've
can I
got
have a
that.
motion on that one?
So moved.
So moved. Roll call, please, sir.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, now back to environmental 4.6. Pesquay ways to amend the county's ordinance to support alternative.
I think we had said to address,
Uh-huh.
to investigate ways to amend the county ordinances to address alternative energy
Yeah.
production and to amend ordinances or include SUP conditions that protect and enhance natural resources on alternative energy production sites, period.
So it'd really stay the same with just substituting the word to support to address.
Right.
Correct. And I'd make that motion.
That's a motion. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, sir.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. What other ones do we have left?
Newtown,
Newtown.
Eastern State.
Ah.
I think was the
Thank
last
you,
on our list. We'll get
Supervisor
Jason
McGlinnan.
And again, that, again, don't want to presume, I mean, these are really these first 5 slides are really the items that were on the board's list. We'll sort of get through the Eastern State discussion and really kind of turn it back to you all if you want to continue on and continue to go through the rest of the PC's list or not. You've already talked about some like Moortown Road and the neighborhood commercial parcels and some of the environmental GSAs, but we'll tackle that if you'd like to.
I think that handled
I'm
everything
good.
we had concerns.
Probably
on.
got through everything.
Yeah, I thought is that all the concerns we had on those?
Woo!
For the comp?
So we're still discussing.
Except for these two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, all right. Jim, you had,
Wait a minute, which two are we discussing? Eastern State
Eastern
and
State.
what now?
both eastern states, mixed use and Newtown.
I would really am uncomfortable taking action on these at this time. I would sort of like to propose that we defer consideration of them until such time as the developer comes in with a specific plan of development. Now, I know that there are some concerns from the state folks about some of the aspects, and I think those are things we really want to consider too. You know, like the medical campus, the potential for our community behavioral health campus over there, potentially Old Town Medical, all those things. And when we talked about the potential for a county site on one of those, I think that's a very important part that needs to be addressed or negotiated. So I am uncomfortable giving, if you will, an upfront blanket approval for mixed use until we see a little better picture of what is coming out of the development proposals for these, because they're relatively fluid and not well defined right now. I think that it's a concern that that we don't really know exactly what's coming down the pike, and mixed use may or may not be ultimately the best approach for whatever gets proposed. I mean, it might be something else. So that would I think that's going to come to us fairly quickly, but that would be my proposal, that we do that.
So I apologize. If we do that, does that mean that would we put the state on hold for what no?
No, the state's continuing to go through their evaluation selection process, but once that's complete, the selected developer, I think it's their state's expectation that the developer then quickly continue to pursue the local entitlement process and the legislative approval process.
Give us a
So
chance
have
to
there
address all
been
of it.
communications and dialogue with our state representatives about this?
Yeah, Sue, I will tell you that, that John McGlennon had a conversation with Senator Mason about it earlier today. And I think their concern was they didn't want to, anything that we would do to necessarily impact the potential for that medical campus that they were talking about or planning. And I think that we can reassure them on that fact that all we want to do is see what comes out of the developer's proposal and make sure that we do a land use that is compatible with that. And there's obviously a lot of negotiation that will go on once a successful bidder is determined and they're ready to engage with the county in the process.
So will a person actually bid on something that they don't know what our board would potentially do with it?
They're bidding on it already.
And is there a timeline as to when we could expect to hear back from them?
That I can't tell you for sure when that would be, but I think you're probably going to hear about it in a matter of probably a couple of weeks or months, if not longer than that.
Now, so you'd want to pull these out?
It would be basically a deferral on action on it until such time as we get an approval, an application for a rezoning.
But if we're, regardless of what their plan is, we get another bite at this apple, if we zone it, we still have to approve their plan. They could come in with a plan, we go, we're not going to pass that.
I understand. It's you could. The problem is, what if they come in with a plan that's not compatible with mixed use? Now you got to go back and take a look, and you have something that's different. We don't know exactly what's going to be proposed.
No.
All right.
But the only thing I worry about,
and some of what we hope gets proposed may be a result of negotiations that we engage in with the successful applicant for the process for the property.
only thing I'd be worried about is we get a bite at this when it comes back to us, as far as whether we like it or not, what it's going to be and what it's not going to be, and how if it's got enough mixed use and everything else in it to help with children and schools and that sort of thing, and a possible site, like you said, for a county play, something. And but will it send a message out if we pull this and make it separate to any potential buyer that goes, I heard James City County was a pain to work with, and this just shows you again. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do and I'm not against that. I'm just wondering what it might send out from this board that may say, forget it. This is ridiculous. I'm not even going to deal with that. If they can't even tell us that we're looking at a zoning of X, and then I'm going to bring them hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of plans and everything else, and what it's going to take to do this.
What's the advantage? Oh, sorry.
And and it's still within the PSA, so it'd just be taking it out of from what it's zoned now and putting it into the mixed use and get it out of the public lands. I believe it, isn't it? Public lands now. What's it? Public lands. Okay.
Federal, state.
And we're just taking out public land and putting it in mixed use. And doesn't mean we're putting anything in there or anything else. Just like some of the other things we've done tonight. I just don't want to send, if the board decides to go in this direction, then I want to make sure we send a good message out that we're not trying not to do work with somebody or with somebody who has a good plan of developing this. And with the medical side of it and all that, that's important to, Old Town and everything else that we're trying to put together, or they're trying to put together, which I think will be a very important piece of this. And John, I know you had a few things you said you wanted to.
Yeah, I did just want to say that I think my inclination is to say to agree with Mr. Eisenhower and say, let's keep it in public lands for now. I do think that tends to maximize our leverage in a situation where we're sort of off on the sidelines while the state talks to developers, and it's kind of an opportunity for us to say, hey, remember, you've still got us to deal with on this particular matter. And maybe if we did keep it in public lands, what we could do is revise the comments that are associated with Eastern State in the current comp plan to reflect some indication that we do expect the property to develop, that we know that we expect it to have a significant behavioral and physical health component, along with, as I understand it, Hope Village is part of this.
Yeah.
So maybe just something that indicates that as well, and recognize the need to balance those services to the community with an opportunity for development to be sustainable, economically sustainable. And I don't know if that sort of captures enough of what we want to say, just to indicate that we recognize that whoever is going to come into development needs to make some money. And maybe I'd just also say something, and that the county has priorities for land use that may fit with the proposal. So basically, to make sure that we send to the state the clear signal that we understand this is going to be for there's going to be a behavioral health component to this, that we recognize Hope Village, that we'd like to participate in some of the utilization of the land, and that we recognize that the developer ultimately has to be able to make a buck on it.
And I.
Was the state's interest primarily in the behavioral health aspect, and are they okay with the folks you've spoken with? Are they okay with approaching it like this, as long as they know that the behavioral health aspect is intact?
Yeah, I think, as I understand it, the motivation behind the state's sale of the surplus property is to get resources to put into mental health. But also, I think it's important to our state legislators that we provide for the colonial behavioral health system as a component of this development.
Yeah, we've said Old Town a couple of times, and I've not heard Old Town say any. I just want to be real careful. Old Town hasn't said anything about wanting or about going there, so I don't know where they are with that. Yeah.
No, I say Old Town.
No, you said
I
you
did.
said
Okay.
yeah.
I was
you
just
said
including
colonial.
all of them, hoping that
Yeah.
everybody would eventually.
Yeah.
I think what I would like to see is I'd like to see staff, when they come back to us again next time, bring us back a language that sort of reflects what John had outlined, what our expectations are, because I think that what we have right now is we have a lot of very concerned people in our community about the fact that the pieces of property are going on the block, the developers are chomping at the bit, and I can tell you, I don't mind them having an attitude about James City County that we may be a little difficult to work with, because there are standards here that maybe aren't being applied elsewhere, but the piece of property is integral. It's the core of our urban area of our county, and how it gets developed is crucial to the future of our county and our county residents. And what I'm concerned about is the fact that if you look at what they just put into the paperwork for what we saw for the comprehensive plan, there's 1,100 homes and maybe 5 businesses, and it was a net negative of $5 million a year to our taxpayers. Well, that's not something that our taxpayers are going to be willing to swallow, and neither am I. And I think what we need to do is send a very clear message that we want to be proactive, we want to be engaged, we have a vision for what we want to go on this property. A lot of it will be compatible with what the state is looking for, and you know, I just think right now that just to take it and say, oh, no, we're just going to make it mixed use. Have at it, guys, is not quite the right approach. So, you know, I would like to see.
Would the developer not have to, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the delay. Would a developer, once that land use designation is in there, would not a developer have to come back at that point and apply for rezoning?
Oh, absolutely.
Do we not have control over it at that point? I'm just questioning.
Yeah, we do have control over the fact that ultimately there would be a rezoning. What we don't have control over the fact is if we already designate it mixed use and don't outline what our expectations are for it, then that just undercuts our position in the negotiating or bargaining process going forward, I believe.
I'm curious if staff or Mr. Stevens or anyone else on the board has had any discussions with our state reps. I have not. So I'm just really I'm throwing caution to the wind to make sure that we're all treading lightly and doing the right thing here.
So if I may, Ms. Sadler, I won't speak to that point particular, but I do want to kind of come back and again to assure you to your earlier question and to assure the board. So in terms of the expectations from the state, and there were 3 bidders who were making final offers to the state. There is language in the current state code, I believe it's within the adopted budget portion, that says when this property is sold, there is an expectation that the state and the county and any developer work with Colonial Behavioral Health and work with Hope Family Village. That language has been in the code for a couple of years now, and so I'm.
So that's already there, correct?
So that's already there. So to answer your question, all 3 are coming in the door wide open, knowing that that is an expectation, and to the best of my knowledge, all 3 have incorporated those elements into their thinking and into their final proposals to the state. Now, with that said, I'm not part of that state selection process. I haven't seen that, but it's my understanding all 3 have included that language and included those abilities, working with those 2 other groups into their final offers. So they know it's coming for sure, and they know that's an expectation.
And so by reflecting that in our narrative, we are sort of telling the state, we understand what your priority is here, right? Or
So maybe if I could ask a little bit of clarification on where you all want to go as a motion. Certainly we can develop additional language to add into the plan as sort of this interim placeholder. If you will recall from the draft language that's currently in the plan, remember each mixed-use area has its own specific text. And so, you know, right now, I know the Planning Commission spent a great deal of time looking at that language and had specifically crafted language for both pieces, for both the piece that's geographically adjacent to Newtown and for the piece that's geographically located behind the hospital buildings themselves. And so that's specifically tailored language, draft language is in the plan that's currently before you. That language has also been shared very specifically with all 3 companies putting in offers with the state. So, you know, that language, there's a lot of specificity in there about, you know, this property in particular has several environmental concerns. This property in particular, there's going to be a need to demonstrate how traffic is going to be accommodated. So there's really sort of 2 options, if I may. You know, it could be that we develop new language that the board could review when we bring this thing back. Or, you know, it could be as part of your motion that you postpone action on these 2 land use applications, but that when such rezoning is brought back, that staff evaluates the rezoning application based on the draft 2045 language that's currently in the plan. Yeah, it'd be our pleasure. I think we have that. but the revised language that's in the plan for this mixed use area, see if we can highlight for you. So forgive for a moment, we've shown it as strike through because we weren't quite sure. So if I'm correct, Ellen, really sort of focusing on the language that's shown in red font and the strike through as the language that was added in at the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
So it's showing like it's striked out, but you're saying that it's in.
So it's in the document that's before you now.
Okay.
We had proactively thought this one was going to be postponed, so we proactively shown it as being struck through.
Okay, gotcha.
Never know.
Because you never know. I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trying to get ahead of them.
I'm going to have some versions to look at anyway.
That's right.
So if we postpone this while you're looking that up, if this would be deferred, postponed, what kind of time frame are you looking at for postponement or deferment?
Sure. So we can't postpone anything indefinitely.
Right.
And so, the recommendation could be, for example, that we pull and postpone these two land use cases for 12 months. That kind of gives us the date certain, or until such time staff receives a rezoning application. And so let's say if a rezoning application came in 6 months, it would still be captured concurrently and would continue to help us all meet Adam's requirements for staying safe.
And if it came in January, you'd handle it in January.
Correct.
Okay.
So what we would be waiting on is what would be coming in from the developers? Is that what you're saying?
It would be the rezoning application.
So we would just not put this in the, I'm sorry, somewhere along the way I got.
So,
we would
again,
just not put this in the comp plan?
Yeah, so the idea would be, if I understood maybe the beginnings of a motion, is that the board would pull and postpone consideration of case numbers LU 2002 and LU 2003 for 12 months or until such time as staff receives a rezoning application for the properties involved, and to further direct staff to consider such rezoning against the draft mixed-use language contained in the draft plan. But until that happens, it would remain as it currently is as federal and state land on the 2034 plan.
All right, Jim. What say you?
He read my motion almost perfectly.
So we're going to pull it, we're not, are we going to say anything about adding or making sure that we have the language in there that is very strong?
It's really if you wanted something in there in addition to what's being shared on the screen, which is the text that was crafted by the Planning Commission. Yeah.
So I don't know if this is reasonable to include, but as Mr. Eisenhower pointed out, one of the proposals floating around is talking about a negative $5 million annual cost to the county, and so maybe something that says as an expectation that it be economically
viable.
And neutral.
Basically, not being an economic burden, economically viable, not a burden on the taxpayers. Is basically what I'm looking for.
But wasn't that original plan? It wasn't. Was it from one of the three that are
That
doing
was
it
a
now?
high-level conceptual by only one of them. That was not based on any rezoning application. And remember, too, in general, I mean,
right.
Worst case
most
scenario.
residential developments are not fiscally positive at any level.
Right.
So,
They're
we
not,
wouldn't.
they're not.
I mean, I don't think this board would approve a $5 million loss.
Right.
I would hope not.
But if we want to be transparent to the developers, we need to tell them that up front, right? Not,
I would think any developer knows if.
And again, we'd be happy to formalize that into some text, or certainly to the degree there's consensus, that's an easy enough thing for staff to share as part of the application process.
Add that to your
And
motion.
if there are any questions, they can look back at this tape for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But the one thing, is this to also alleviate concerns from the Newtown residents?
Actually, it's less from the Newtown. I think that the part that's already been proposed for Newtown, the developer has clearly indicated that the two major concerns of the folks in Newtown, he will address those. One was the access through Discovery Boulevard. Number two was that you couldn't force them to be part of the homeowners association if they didn't want them to be part.
Okay.
But the rest of it would be up to the board as to whether the density and intensity and traffic and all those issues that we would deal with at a rezoning would be appropriate. I think there was also a concern about connecting the two eastern state pieces because of worried about traffic coming from the northern part, maybe across the wetlands or and into the Newtown area. And I had an opportunity to reassure some folks. I don't think that's going to be very, number one, probably not very economically or ecologically viable. And I'm not sure that I would support it, given the constraints of the system of the property are such that it's not really doable.
I won't have a problem supporting. I just want to make sure that there is language that does say that we are looking towards development of that, but we just want to.
We want to see what,
Yeah.
what our expectations of what would be.
But I do want it understood that we are looking to develop that property.
So you're talking about develop it with the expectation that we're not going to be $5 million in the hole, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the language that was already in there. But just making sure it's strong. Would you be coming back with that language? Is that what you would do?
Again, unless the board wanted to see something new, another idea could be as part of the motion, Mr. Eisenhower could also include in that sort of directing staff to convey to the applicants that ultimately fiscal impacts will need to be something that they're prepared to demonstrate and mitigate as part of their application.
Yeah, because going back to what you said, I don't think we can, it's going to cost as it often does. So I don't think we could say neutral because it probably is not going to be, but maybe not $5 million worth. So.
Ultimately at the end of the day, colonial behavioral health is not part of the private development. It may be part of the master plan, and Hope Family Village at the end of the day is a residential product. So, it could be if there's not a non-residential component, but for colonial behavioral health, again, it's ultimately going to depend on what's included in the master plan that's brought before the board. Could be a public use site, could be something for colonial behavioral health. There's just on whole, you all typically like to look at the whole of an application.
Yeah. Okay.
I know that, we'll always definitely have another bite at this whole thing. I'm not in favor of not moving forward, and so I'm not going to be able to support the motion. I think we ought to move forward on it and look at it. But board says what we're going to do and majority rules. But I just want to put that out there. And Jim's got a motion on the floor, and I want to entertain that. Is there anything?
I'll be quiet.
Oh no, I want to know if there's anything you want to add to that.
I think he's pretty well summarized it.
Okay, we've got that, so we know exactly what.
So I can repeat it.
Okay. I want to make sure everybody's good with it.
Make sure everybody's good with it.
That we pull and postpone consideration of case numbers LU 2002, which is the Eastern State Newtown Edition, and case number LU 2003, which is the Eastern State Mixed Use Community, for 12 months or until such time staff receives a rezoning application for the properties involved, and to further direct staff to consider such rezoning against the draft mixed use language contained in the draft 2045 comprehensive plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be willing to amend that to 6 months? Is that allowed?
Sure. I mean, it just means if the rezoning applications aren't in 6 months, you need to have it back on your agenda, and you could decide to postpone it for another 6 months or another 4 months or whatever.
I don't know if it's fine with them.
If you were more comfortable with 6 months, I'll amend it to 6 months.
May I offer an amendment to your motion to 6 months? Okay, thank you.
All right. Everybody good? Any other discussion? Sue, any discussion? All right. We have a motion. Let's take a vote.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Oh, sorry, I got to be a no on this one.
Mr. Hippel?
No.
Motion carries.
Ayes carried. Thank y'all. Good work.
Jason, if you could put me back for 1 minute again, just to make sure we get, sorry, want to make sure we have clarity. I think we got through all of the planning commission items, but for, if you could put me on slide 8. Planning commission had on their addendum list, Moortown Road, land use applications we talked about, GSAs we talked about. The only other one was, the rural lands, which, board gave staff direction earlier this evening to proceed with rural lands as drafted. But since we got through all of the other ones, there was just this one, if you want to take it up or not. Just didn't want to conspicuously forget the last one.
There's one thing that I was, the 3 highlighted words in the proposed language seem pretty open door to me.
Yeah.
Was there any consideration to a specific level of density increase?
No, I think that was to be determined again if the concept in the larger rural lands piece is 1 to 20, is that, with clustering it would be something at less than 1 to 20, but until we really sort of get into drafting some of the ordinance pieces and bringing that back to you all.
Now the on the clustering, and it works good for certain lots, but sometimes you want to cluster because there's less infrastructure and less work and all that, and then you cluster this area, and then you put the rest of the land in a land conservancy, or not land conservancy, but a conservation easement. But during that, and there's nothing else you can do with it but put it in a conservation easement. But when you put it in a conservation easement, you've clustered, so your taxes are smaller and your conservation easement is bigger. So the bigger lots out there are carrying the cluster and the conservation easement. And that seems to be off balance. So if you've got a large lot, you're paying X amount for a large lot with your house, and Ford's County's full of them. Okay, they're paying X. If I take 100 acres over here and I cluster it, which is going to save me as a developer money, I'm going to put it in there tight knit and everything else, and I'm going to have all this extra open land, which is good to have the open land. But the problem is that if that development was like Ford's County, the tax rate would be totally different. So how do we capture what we're losing there by clustering? We're losing a tax base, and the other citizens out there are having to cover it. So, I
get your point, and I think it's an important one to think about. The only counterpoint I would make is that we are not taxing people based on the acreage they have, but on the value of the property. And it may well be that a clustered property is very appealing to some people and would have a higher level of value than a large lot might, because the person who buys that house in Ford's Colony with 2 acres suddenly discovers that, no, the kids aren't coming home every weekend to stay with us, and,
And I'm
she's-
not against
yeah.
clustering, but
Yeah.
I'm just looking at,
Yeah.
is there anything we're losing?
And how do you put that into,
Right.
how do you have that as part of your taxes?
Right.
You're getting this open space, so therefore you're gonna pay.
Right.
Is that even allowed?
Yeah.
Let me ask a question about clustering, as opposed to the language. In other words, if you kept the current language in the top there, that's sort of an intent in the comp plan. When we go to actually do a cluster ordinance, we would still have the ability to say we could give them maybe a 10% credit or a 20% credit or something in an ordinance that it doesn't make a whole lot, because what I'm uncomfortable with is, like Mr. McGlennon, is that maybe higher is really open-ended. I think where you get down to specifying that is when you actually take this and say, all right, we want to do a cluster ordinance, and all of the comp plan says we're talking about should be no higher than the maximum permitted density. If we decide it's to our benefit in an ordinance to give them a little bit of credit for something that we think we get a benefit out of, we can do that in the ordinance. So I personally would just rather stick with the current language on this one.
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm me to keep with the current language. As long as we just look at, the possibilities of.
You can always look at that.
Because some of this we're losing in the long run as far as the county, and I want to make sure, I think you can never make it perfect for everyone, but our taxpayers that are paying X, I want to make sure they're not paying more to cover some other things. We do have to pay more to cover our low income and that sort of thing in order to make our community better, and we should. I mean, we should help our neighbors out and that sort of thing. But when it's just something to think about in the process.
So the only thing that might affect your thinking about this in relation to the differing values, if the density was somewhat higher, then there would be more housing units than were permitted by right under,
Could be,
right? In which case that would raise up the
Right.
total value of the property.
Yeah.
So
Instead of this value, you got more, so you have
Yeah.
the same amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And we'd have to look at that and see,
Right,
okay,
right.
we're allowed X amount.
Yeah.
Maybe we cluster a little more. And in that way, it takes care of the land that's behind there that isn't being used. And we get a double benefit. Maybe our clustering thing is, okay, one per 3 is 20 houses. Maybe we'll allow 25 houses in a cluster to carry the land in the back that we're keeping clean and clear, but also gives us that tax benefit that we'd normally lose if we did. Okay, that's just trying to think of different ways of skinning that cat.
Yeah.
Or cutting the apple, right?
Yeah, now all the cat people
I
will
love
be after
cats.
you.
I've got 2 of them. I love my cats. I like dogs too. All right,
So,
that's got it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you so very much. This has been extremely helpful direction.
You sure?
Genuinely. Oh, absolutely. So I think in terms of homework, I think staff catching up with the Land Conservancy is a pretty doable thing. Just to kind of make sure we're clear on when we bring it back, because I know in October, you've got 2 different meeting formats. So Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're going to need a motion on when you want to have this brought back, whether it's the first meeting or second meeting.
Can I just test my colleagues' patience with me for one quick minute, I hope? We've gotten a number of communications recently, and the issue about the property adjacent to Oakland Farms has been raised again. Do you happen to have information about what the number of units, how the number of units would vary under development between the two
So,
scenarios?
I mean, that's hard to say. I mean, we could certainly point to the comp plan language between recommended densities between the LDR designation and the moderate density designation. If you remember, is really just sort of that frontage
Yeah,
strip.
it's like 9 to 10 acres or something.
Yeah,
out of the
but
90
remember
acres.
too, you know, Oakland, the main road sort of splits that on both sides. And for the piece going in on the left, that's also bifurcated again with the new entrance road going, that would go into the apartments. So, unless
okay,
somebody
thanks.
really kind of sat down with a concept plan, figured out both sides of the road,
We're
both
done
sides.
indulging you.
There's a lot of moving parts there. I would hate to guess.
Okay, and then just one other little picky thing. Under the moderate density residential level 2 sort of visualization, the apartment buildings listed there look like they're multi-story, that is to say, beyond 3. Is that just because that was stock photo, or is there something in it that would suggest that this kind of density is going to require buildings that are taller than 3 stories?
I would say it's illustrative only because, again, as was mentioned earlier, until we get in and really rewrite the ordinance, mixed use currently, I think we looked up, allows for 5 stories, 60 feet. Until we kind of get in and really sort of revisit that at the ordinance, because the ordinance is really what's going to dictate the height. It's not the pictures of the vision. Ultimately, we've got to translate.
That was one of my little follow-ons as well, because it was the same chart, mixed-use chart 4, item 3, level 2, was height limits would, for residential was 2 to 5 stories and office 2 to 6 stories. And, I felt that those numbers were a little high, but I gather, even though that language is in there, it would still require an ordinance change to be able to
Correct. The current ordinance is what's going to prevail on any development application.
The fact that that's there doesn't mean I would vote for an ordinance change that would increase it, because I think that's a little higher. Anyway,
Thanks. Thank you.
I had one other as well before we do. Please do me a favor on this one. I would ask the board members to look at this when we come back to the next meeting, because it bothered me a little bit. It was residential designations on chart 2, item 2, level 2. Basically, that says, they call it moderate density level 1 and moderate density level 2. And basically, moderate density level 2 is really high density, because they're proposing, where it used to be up to 12 units, is now 6 to 18 units, which is pretty damn high. I would like to come back and maybe revisit that number 18 at the next meeting. And if we're going to keep it at anywhere up to 16 to 18, we need to call it what it is and quit this level 1, level 2, and call it moderate density and high density. That was just a thing I'd like you to look at that for the next time. I'll send an email to people so they can look at it.
I've got your homework now. Okay. All right, anything else? Anything for you, Sue, before we move on? All right.
No, I think I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You do too. Mr. Chairman, do you have a sense of when you would like him to bring it back? And maybe Paul needs to tell us he can bring it back in a few weeks, or do you need more time?
Well, like I say, again, sort of the takeaway is really sort of, we've got 2 remaining issues, and that's the issue with the land conservancy parcels. That's easy enough to call them. And then just further discussion amongst the board, should you want further edits to the chart 2, item 2 issue from Mr. Eisenhower. I think those are not anything that's time intensive. We could certainly do that in 2 weeks. Assuming the land conservancy can,
schedule.
Normally public hearing, public comment, but have it as an act, like to.
Probably back in
I don't think that 2 weeks later, the second meeting in October is not problematic for us as long as we get it approved then.
Correct. I think we figured out that by state code, we need to have this adopted by mid-November.
bring it back at next work session? Or do you want to bring it at the next meeting?
I'd say the next work session, because I don't want to push these guys
Yeah,
too
okay,
hard.
let's do
on it.
that.
And I'd also just like to sort of publicly say that while we already had a public hearing on this, we've made some changes along the way, and if there are people who want something to say about, want to say something publicly about it, they would have that opportunity at our next regular meeting to come to public comment.
Yeah. All right. So that date is postponing it to
It's October 26th.
October 26th. Answers everything for you?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Board requests and directives. I know we're running a little long, but does anybody have anything?
Could I jump in here, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you
sir.
can.
Could I jump in real quick?
Lead us off.
All right. So I have great news. We have another award. We're just riddled with awards in James City County. So with our, I'll just read it for you. At the annual conference last month, the Southern Economic Development Council, or SEDC, that is commonly known, recognized their 2021 Community and Economic Development Award recipients. The SEDC is a 17-state association of state and regional economic development organizations and annually recognizes outstanding communities for their efforts in advancing the economic viability of their communities. As you may recall, James City County received an award from the Virginia Economic Development Association in March of this year sorry, my dog's barking, for our business retention and community involvement efforts establishing a partnership with the Greater Williamsburg Partnership, Williamsburg Community Foundation, and the Virginia 30-Day Fund to be the first locality partnership offering forgivable loans to our small businesses. The SEDC Awards Committee reviewed 5 nominations from each of the 17 state associations and judged the awards for their innovativeness, transferability, and leveraging public-private resources for community benefit. 6 winners were selected from the 85 nominations, and James City County was the winner in the 40,000 to 100,000 population category. I would like to thank my colleagues on the board for their support for this program with the allocation of funds. We were able to support more than 125 of our small businesses, helping them retain their employees and keep their doors open for business. Thank you to our staff for your diligent efforts in supporting this initiative, and congratulations to our Office of Economic Development on being recognized by their peers with this award. That's so amazing. Congratulations, guys.
Good job. Good job.
Congratulations.
Amen. And one other thing, I attended the launch for the Owens, Illinois glass recycling project. We were out at Toano Recycling with a vast majority of people, and I would just encourage folks that with their glass recycling, in order for it to go towards the OI project, you need to take your glass products out to the recycling centers, because if you put it in your regular recycling bins, which is okay, but if you take it out to the recycling areas, it will go to, and it's a big purple bin out there, you can put it in there and it will go to this recycling project. So thanks to economic development and to Mr. Stevens, everybody was out there, and it was amazing. So thank you to everyone for that.
I had a quick question on that, because it shows that the labels, are you supposed to take the labels off the bottles or off the glass, or can you put the glass in with the label?
I know you're supposed to rinse them off. Mr. Stevens, do you happen to know that? Sorry.
I think you can put it with labels and all, but I will confirm that and we'll let the board know.
Okay, because in the pictures it showed, and so I think somebody even asked that on the James City County social media. Okay.
I'll confirm that.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make one observation. I went with Mr. McLennan. I believe Ruth was out there for the Historic Virginia Land Conservancy celebration out at the church on the Main, and I learned something very new that I did not know about James City County, and that is we have an unidentified soldier buried at the church on the Main, and it is confirmed, I guess, through chemical analysis of diet that the remains were one of either, I think, 6 Virginians or 22 Pennsylvanians that died at the Battle of Green Springs. So we have our own unknown soldier tomb at Church on the Main from the Revolutionary War. And I had no idea that that was there, and I think it's very important for all of us in the community to recognize that. And I know our veterans organizations will be interested to learn about it.
It was really incredible. I have to, oh, sorry.
Could you tell me again where that is, please?
That's at Church on the Main, right by Mainland Farm.
Thank you.
Located in the Point of Jamestown.
Community.
Community.
Yes, thank you so much.
Or on the trail, but it's just, and this Boy Scout troop is 103, right?
Yes.
They have done so much work to keep it up. We also contribute by cutting the grass, but if you haven't been out there, it's a really good history lesson. And they determined that it was a patriot by diet because that soldier ate corn. That's how they knew that, not wheat. I think.
Corn-fed.
Right. So just a couple of things. Did have our tourism council meeting last week, and we took a little dip in August, but that was the beginning of the Delta variant, plus kids going back to school, et cetera. So we expected that, but we really did have we are working our way up to 2019, where the last the occupancy that was recorded in this area in 29 was the highest it had been in years. And so we are back there, really, I think, considering that there's very little business travel, though we met at Kings Mill, and that day they did have a conference going on with actual people in there. But business travel is not fully back yet to the thousands that you are used to, nor groups, no school groups, no bus tours, that kind of thing. So hopefully that will come back soon. The more people that we can get vaccinated and we can get people traveling again, that would be great. Still having a employment issue here with our Busch Gardens, Colonial Williamsburg. Everybody's having labor issues, restaurants, people, please be patient, but everybody's working as hard as they can. I went out to Jamestown, Mr. Eisenhower, well, you were there as well, you and Terry. So the three of us were out at Jamestown Island for a reception, which was a beautiful night, and very nice to be invited out there. And I went to the food bank and participated in the elected officials' day. And that's just always a good reminder of everything that they do to support our community and the surrounding communities. And as you can imagine, they've really taken a hit with COVID. So please consider when you're checking out and they say, do you want to buy this $5 box of food, if you can help in any way. And we did the backpacks for schools, and they are currently serving 200 students in the Williamsburg-James City County school system with their backpacks that they send home on the weekend. So we appreciate all that they're doing there. And I'm sure there's more, but I'll stop there. I had my Old Town Medical meeting last night. Nothing new to add there.
I just mentioned that I did attend the 2 events that Mr. Eisenhower and Ms. Larson already mentioned, but would also just like to express on behalf of the board condolences to Bruce Goodson, former member of the board, on the loss of his father. You may recall that his mother passed away not long ago as well. So just think of Mr. Goodson and his family.
All right. Next, we'll move into the county administrator's report.
Chair, members of the board, one thing I'd like to do, I know we recognize and thank Jason Purse and Liz Parham for their work on the redistricting, but the one that did all the work behind the scenes was Kim Hazelwood in our GIS section, and certainly the three of them worked very well to bring those maps, and that's all I have to share with you this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Does a wonderful job for us. All right, next I'll look for a motion to go into closed session and consideration of personnel matter and appointment of individuals to county boards and/or commissions pursuant section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia and pertaining to the Stormwater Program Advisory Commission. So we've got so moved. Roll call, sir.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye. Go into closed session. This meeting back to order. We've come out of closed session. Now look for motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to certify that we only spoke about those items we indicated we would speak about.
Thank you. Roll call, please, sir.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint to serve on the Stormwater Program Advisory Committee the following individuals: Mr. Philip Doggett, Mr. Anthony Loubiere, Mr. Frank Polster, Mr. Richard Powell, and Ms. Wendy Ruffle, to continue on the board with terms expiring June 30th, 2025, and to add Leslie Bowie, Shirley Livingston, and Jason Knight for terms that will expire on June 30th, 2025.
Motion on the floor. Roll call, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that takes care of that. And next is adjournment till 5 p.m. on October 12th, 2021 for a regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Roll call, sir, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Motion carries.